afternoon, good evening. Hey, Outspoken, thank you for coming in and supporting the channel. Let me get started. All right. Thank you for being here. Outspoken one, I always appreciate your support. The people who are in the clouds, since you're here, you may as well hit the like button because I know you're sitting here. I know you're sitting here to get information that you do not hear a lot in the beef sector. You may not even hear this information on uh, your for-profit media. So just hit the like button. Well, maybe some of you are just sitting here because you're hate watching, but obviously you like to hate watch. So there again, hit the like button. Hey, Tanya Jones, it is good to see you. Thank you for joining me. Now, hey, Candy Cane, thank you for joining me. Hit the like button on your way in. Now, this image. I didn't create this image. I did not create this image on my screen. You know who actually who shared this image? Your president. Now, what does it tell you? The world will soon understand. Nothing can stop what is coming. No, I did not create that. This was on your president's Truth Social. Hey, stop. Stop. What's wrong? Something's wrong with my dog. I don't know. He got an attitude. He over there by the door growling. He doesn't have to go out. Excuse me. Your president tweeted this out. What does that say to you? Does that say anything uh in particular to you or anything? Isn't that kind of frightening? So Rascal, stop. Stop growling. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Why were they throwing garbage bags out the White House window? That is another good question. That dog ain't even like that picture. The dog like, you right. I don't like what it. The world will soon understand. Nothing can stop me. The dog is like, "Nah, I'm gonna stop you." So I don't know. Now we do know 45, 47 was out of sight for 6 and 7 days. And if you are unaware, he was they were sending out fake pictures. One picture they put out saying that he was going golfing was dated sometime in June. They got that real date on that picture, and another picture was from August 23rd, where he said that he played around the golf with this golf pro, and that picture was actually taken on August 23rd when he pit, played golf with that golf pro. Let me see what else I want to share with you. Oh, yes, we're going to get into uh, what is important to this administration and why. We're going to talk about we're also going to talk about um, you should actually be worried about this military force being let loose on the street. They are saying that they are going to have armed military National Guard members, which is a part of the military. be sure, on the streets of Chicago at any moment now, at any time now. Look for it. It's coming. Armed military on the streets who have not who is there to combat crime but has not contacted any of the Illinois police, mayors, governors. Well, they did contact. I think it was the I mean, no, I was going to say California Highway Patrol. One Illinois. I don't know. One police station earlier today. So, but they said that it was a short conversation. Nothing. Um, concerning configuration of the troops or anything like that, or crime statistics and where the crimes are and blah 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 blah. None of that was discussed. Disgusted. I sound like Sir King when he had his he he is you disgust me, and people were saying okay, so none of that was discussed, not disgusted. Okay, so we also are going to talk about we're going to talk about the racism that the military is allowing back into the military. If you are unaware, one of the reasons why ICE agents are covering their faces, it is reported that many of those January Sixers, many of those Proud Boys are about are being paid by this administration to go in with no police background, anything, nothing but hatred for non-white people, and that is who uh, ICE has hired a lot of. If you didn't know that, I just wanted to put that out there for you. Also, let's start. Let's start with the slavery references and reverence of it all that they are trying to put back into the military. They're trying to put this back into the military. At the same time, they're reviewing the exhibits in the Smithsonian because it concentrates too much on how slavery was a bad thing. At the same time, they're trying to revere people who were traitors to this nation to fight to keep slavery enacted. And Pete Hegseth, if you don't know, he is pulling out a traitorous portrait of a traitorous portrait. What is his name? I think it's Lieutenant Colonel Braggs. He had a portrait where he is in not the blue suit, when he's in the gray suit, actually fighting against the United States. They had a portrait of him, and they have they had taken it down, but now Pete and they took it down because of it being it revering a traitor, and now so which would make it illegal to put it back up. But Pete Hegseth, I think that he's putting it back up in Annapolis, Maryland. He went into the vault, and not the blue suit where he was fighting with the United States. No, the gray suit, and with his slave standing behind him holding his horse. This is what your government wants to put back. Well, it really has put back up. So let's get into this. Here we go. Okay, I apologize. Here we go.
None of them fought against our own government, period. None of them fought to uphold the enslavement of my ancestors, period. So I don't understand why Donald Trump, who, by the way, has, shocked a lot of people in his ability to appeal to black voters, is spitting in those black voters' faces by putting some of the most. None of them fought against our own government, period. None of them fought to uphold the enslavement of my ancestors, period. So I don't understand why Donald Trump, who, by the way, has, shocked a lot of people in his ability to appeal to black voters, is spitting in those black voters' faces by putting some of the most painful imagery that you could in the middle of our military, which we all respect and revere. So I just don't like this topic. I don't like him doing this. I know we have to talk about it, but I just want to say, it's hard for me to respect people, and I respect everybody. It's hard for me to respect people who would make the argument that this is the man we should be upholding, that somebody who led military forces against our own government to keep my ancestors enslaved is worthy of this type of treatment and respect. There are other people in America's military whose names have been taken down. Tuskegee Airmen and other people who were taken down, and this is being put up, and it's very, very, it's inexcusably bad from my point of view.
Anybody want to defend?
I agree with him completely. They removed Harvey Milk, who was gay, and he was a veteran that served and a gay rights activist, and they removed him. And this is a party of cruelty and a party that props up white supremacy. It just truly is. And they can say one thing, but you look at their actions, and they remove military people of color. They remove LGBTQ plus people, and then they prop up a guy that was a traitor to his own country, a Confederate, with a slave in the painting. That's just disrespectful and cruel. It is cruel.
This has been a very specific campaign on the part of this administration. Not just to say, let's leave what's there. They want to restore honors to Confederate figures. I still have a hard time understanding what the real logic of that is.
This particular painting would not be my hill to fight over. It wouldn't be my hill to die on. But to put things maybe in context, to perhaps broaden.
No, we're not putting things in context. No, we're not broadening anything. You want to change the topic. You want to change the subject to broaden. Let's see how you broaden these simple facts.
The conversation a little bit. There are a lot of Americans out there who trace their ancestry back to the Confederacy as white people. And I think they have to wrestle with their own ancestors, and to some degree, they have to be proud of who their ancestors were. Not every.
So, do they have to be proud of who their ancestors were, or do they have to wrestle with their ancestry? And while they wrestle with their ancestry, to be proud of it or wrestle with it, we cannot have our ancestry. Our ancestry must be scrubbed from libraries, books, museums. Is this what he's saying? I want you to understand the bullshit that it's unfortunate that black people get wrapped up in this bullshit as well.
Everyone in the South was a slave owner. I'm not trying to diminish that, but these people are the descendants of a group of people who decided to act a certain way, and they have to digest that. And it's important to remember that when we solved the Civil War, when the war ended, the government chose not to execute these Confederate leaders. They chose not to jail them, not to.
Did they decide to revere them? Is that what you're saying? Because they didn't execute them, they revered them? These statues didn't start coming up until, and all of these monuments didn't come up in the 1800s. They came up in the 1950s when the Ku Klux Klan was on a rise to diminish the pain and suffering blacks had under this administration, and when they were pushing for black people to get the right to vote and be able to vote safely without the Klan running up on them and scaring them away from the polls by hook or by crook. Let's be clear. So we can't hurt their feelings because of what their ancestors did. Is this what he's saying? But you have to deny everything about your history. You can acknowledge that yes, we brought you over here and treated you like animals, and that's all you can do. No, we cannot advance any type of tellings of how you overcame that once you were freed with no money, no anything. Shit, some of you didn't have the whole skins on your bodies when you were free. Some of you didn't know you were freed until over a year later. So we are to mark out any thing that you did, even for fighting for this country. We are going to X you out of the history books. We're going to X you out of all the military accolades that have been archived. We're going to take you out. And then we're going to bring back people who fought against their own government to keep you enslaved. That's what you're saying?
Execute them, but they went in a period of reconstruction. And so, you know, if there was some balance perhaps in the 1860s and 70s and 80s, perhaps there deserves to be some balance now where we have to wrestle with the fact that some white Americans do.
So, he said they went through a period of reconstruction, and he's equating that to a sense of balance that maybe should be brought out now. Well, what happened during the phase of reconstruction? Was it all kumbaya? Was it any kumbaya? No, the phrase of reconstruction is the Jim Crow period of our history. So what he's saying is we should go back to Jim Crow now. That's all you're saying.
Do trace their ancestry back to this period of history.
No, that is not an excuse for doing this. It just isn't. This is so incredibly cruel. This is regressive, and I think we all know for a certain group, part of the electorate, when they say make America great again, they are sending us the messaging of what that is. And we need to talk about it and call it out directly and spot on. There is no excuse for that. I don't know if my ancestors had slaves or not, but if they did, F them. Truly, I don't need to go reconcile that. I don't need a piece of art to see a black person degraded and not considered a full human being.
Can I add one piece of context before you come in here? This is according to military.com, and this is true. The portrait that was removed and is now being reinstalled was first hung in 1952. So good long ways after the Civil War, during a high point for the Lost Cause movement that seeks to recast the Confederacy's fight as a heroic struggle unrelated to slavery. So if this is about what is history and are we remembering it the right way, this is historical revisionism, this painting.
Look, I mean, I think that there are people, to your point, who feel...
Okay, I can't take too much of Van. Van is too much of a simp for me. So are you clear on why they want to go over everything that are in the museums? Let's go a little bit further in this story. Hey, Jill. Hey, Nappy Child. I appreciate you guys being here. Liz, I didn't see you come in. It is always good to see you. Miss Douglas, it is good to see you as well. Please hit the like button on your way in. I want to reiterate something. I think it was in Hegseth. It was either in the budget oversight or it was in his actual confirmation. Angus King gave him a few questions. So let me get to the Angus King questioning of Hegseth. Here we go.
Mr. Secretary, I'm somewhat puzzled. I grew up in Virginia where Robert E. Lee was revered. I think when I was a kid, his birthday was a school holiday. But as I grew older and learned more about American history, I learned that he fit the classic definition of a traitor. He took up arms against his country. He broke his oath as a member of the United States Army, which he took upon entering his career at West Point. Why are you going through these incredible gymnastics, finding current soldiers or other soldiers to rename? And you slipped a minute ago. You said we're returning these bases to their original names. Robert E. Lee, leading general of the Confederacy, Pickett, the other names. Why are you doing this? I don't understand what the motivation is to rename bases for people who took up arms against their country on behalf of slavery.
Okay, let me pause right there. You may not, hey, detach myself. You may not be clear on it, but Pete Hegseth, they renamed several different military bases. They renamed Fort Benning in Georgia. They renamed Fort Benning. Where is Fort Benning? I think it's in I think it's South Carolina. Don't quote me. They renamed Fort Pickett. Now, who was Fort Pickett? Who was Fort Pickett named after? A Confederate General George Pickett. That's who Fort Pickett was named after. What else do I have? They renamed Fort Hood, and Fort Hood was named after a Confederate General John Bell Hood. Okay, and they Fort Hood is in Texas, and what was the other one? Fort Braggs. Fort Braggs was also named after Fort Braggs is the one in North Carolina that was named after a Confederate soldier. They have so many streets on and around Fort Braggs, also named after this traitor to the country. So let's be clear. Why John Angus is asking this question, that Pete Hegseth tried to be slick with renaming, and he like he said, you slipped up. You said you were renaming them after the original generals, these Confederate generals. But he came in saying, "Oh no, we're renaming Fort Liberty, Fort Braggs again. It's about some other guy named Braggs." And they went and they found another person with the last name Benning and said, "We're renaming that military installation Fort Bennings, but it's not after the it's not after what is it? What? Hold up. It was after some different Benning. The Fort Hood that was named after this Confederate soldier. We're renaming it Fort Hood, but it's not after the Confederate soldier. It's about some different soldier with the last name Hood. And the same thing as Pickett. It is not about this Confederate Pickett. We're renaming it after a different Pickett. So this is why Angus King is asking him what he's asking him. And he's going to not deny it, and then he's going to talk about all the greatness of all of these former Confederate generals. So they tried to pretend like they were just renaming them after different soldiers, but it just so happens that these soldiers still had the same name. So Fort Hood would return to being called Fort Hood. Fort Benning, you get it.
What possible motivation can there be for this? Who is telling you to do this? Who is urging you to do this?
Senator, the veterans and service members across the country who have deployed from Fort Bragg or Fort Benning or Fort Hood or Fort Pickett. There's a legacy, there's a connection to those bases and to those places, to what they trained for there, what they did for, and what they came home back to. That matters to them. Ask enough of them, as I do all the time, before and later. And we recognize the service of those who were put into the replacement. No one's disputing that. I would never dispute that. What we're looking at is erasing history, erasing names, erasing base names that service members are tied to.
Not
Talk to people that
erasing
serve at
history, it's
Bragg. Ask
recognizing
people that serve
history.
at Fort Bragg or Fort Benning if they like the fact that the names have been returned. And to a man and to a woman, they will tell you, thank God we're back to Fort Bragg, and thank God we're back. And thankfully, because so many men and women in this country have served, there's a Benning and a Bragg and a Pickett and a Hood has a Silver Star or a Medal of Honor that we could rename the base to because of the limits of what Congress allowed us to do. So
Thank God there is another Bennett, Hood, Braggs that has a gold star, so we can rename these military institutions behind them because of what Congress will allow us to do. Congress banned them from acknowledging these Confederate soldiers, and they renamed all of these different military installations, only for HEXF to go back and name match somebody else, because people recognize this, and people take honor in this. So let's go name match and bring it back to Fort Hood, and understanding that we're not acknowledging the actual person we're renaming it after. We're just renaming it after this person, so we can continue to revere these Confederate traitors who fought to keep slavery a part of the United States. Okay. So I have a little bit more. It's unnerving that people do not know history, but sit their asses up on YouTube and try to bring how they feel about something as if they are stating actual facts. So let me share with you this. Here we go. Fort Liberty. Let's look at Fort Liberty. Why don't we? Fort Liberty, for now, Fort Bragg. What's the history behind a name and HEXF's decision? So here we go. Defense Secretary HEXF moved to rename Fort Bragg appears to be his latest effort to roll back Biden administration diversity policies for the military. On Monday, so this is about Biden. This is about diversity and Biden, or is it about racism? Okay, on Monday, a memo from HEXF appeared in federal court that prohibits the armed sources from accepting recruits who are transgendered. Also, he ordered a pause in medical treatment for service members who have gender dysphoria. Later that day, HEXF announced that Fort Liberty name would be changed back to Fort Bragg in honor of World War II hero, not the Confederate general who had been its namesake. So so now we're gonna name it after a different Braggs, the same Fort Bragg. It's not in the names. It's not in the lifting up the namesake of the real Confederate general Fort Bragg, General Bragg. No, Bragg is back. Bragg is back. Quote. That is a quote. Bragg is back. HEXF told reporters while on a trip to Germany on Tuesday. It's about the legacy. The Confederate legacy or the World War II legacy? He's talking about. It's about the Confederate legacy. It's about the connection to the community, to those who serve. The Fort Bragg, is that the one in South Carolina? That should tell you what type of legacy they are trying to honor. Let me close this. Okay. We're not done there, he said, of other bases and roads that have been similarly renamed. So if you're naming them, if the name have changed under the Biden administration to not honor traitors, and you rename them of what they were, what are you doing? You're honoring the Confederacy. Now, are we going to pretend like we don't see that white nationalist tattoo almost as big as his head on his chest? And so, people want to think that them turning the military into this, it's going to be a good thing to have this military in our streets with guns, is my point. That warrior ethos that he always is talking about, we're bringing back the warrior ethos to the point. They are looking at, and seriously looking at, turning the Department of Defense back into the War Department, not the Department of the Defense. That's too soft. We're just not going to defend ourselves when something happens to us. We are just going to go out and we're going to be a war machine. As Hegseth always says, we're bringing up. He doesn't call them soldiers. He's called the military fighters or some shit. So this is what the military has become under Hegseth. While you have black people on this apparatus talking about they will be glad when the National Guard comes to their community to do something that they're not trained in, fight crime. Fight crime. Okay, so we're not done there. He said the bases and roads that have been similarly renamed. A commission created by Congress during the Biden administration recommended changing the names of bases and other monuments honoring Confederate soldiers who had waged the Civil War against the United States under the law that led to the commission's creation. Hegseth has the authority to change base name if he chooses to honor a person who did not serve in the Confederacy. So this is his reach around to go find. Thank God we were able to find people with gold stars that we could rename these facilities, and they would still, and we would ignore who we were renaming them after because it was illegal for us to rename them after the Confederacy. But we're gonna still name them after these Confederate soldiers and put a fluff up a bullshit name to rename them after these Confederate soldiers. This is how dubious this military is. And do you think that it is going to be so good to have this military on the United States streets? Like I said earlier, I protested that first protest with my vote. I voted who I wanted to vote for, and the first big protest came about ICE and all of the things where ICE was doing. And I also followed all of the laws that ICE, all of the constitutional rights that ICE was doing, but that wasn't my fight. See, a lot of these people, their own people, voted for 45, 47. That wasn't my fight. I did my first vote in the voting booth. But what I also told you, the reason I was keeping up on how they were smashing over our civil liberties, I knew that eventually there is going to be something you're going to want to fight about. And as you have been told in Project 2025, they wanted to have the military on the street to stamp down protesters. So if you don't think they are going to have something that you may want to protest about, and they're trying to get you comfortable. This man has been in office. It hasn't even been seven months. Has it been 7 months? 7 months. And they want you to get comfortable having the military in your street. So when you get adjusted to, accustomed to, comfortable with the military being in your street, what's going to happen when it's time to have an election? And what's going to happen when all of a sudden you were quiet when it was happening to other people? They are letting it happen to you. Because there's going to be some things that I have the right to protest. And we can make it easy and say, oh, well, they are not documented, but many of them are documented. Many of them had their actual documentation taken away so that their bodies could be taken away. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of how many people had their legal statuses ripped from them so they can be ripped from this country? So we can pretend like they didn't have status and they didn't have no rights in this country. Yes, they did, but they were taken away. So when it comes your time to protest, it's going to be automatic taken away. They like to treat us like we have no rights in the first place. And to subvert our rights, many cases, they just kill us. They just shoot us dead, a judge, juror, and executioner in the streets. And you don't think that there's going to be a time that we want to protest something? I'm just saying. Okay, all these links are in my description box. Let me see if you guys have very little to say. Fort Benning, Georgia. Thank you, Liz. Yeah, so I just wanted to share a couple of things with you about that. Now, let me see. I have a couple of more things I want to share with you. There was in Washington, D.C., there was a protest in Washington, D.C. I'm going to just show you a bit of it. It's on the network Status Quo, I think it is. Go over there and check that out if you will. Here we go. No, this is on the Adam Mockler show. Here we go. Also, a judge has ruled that it is illegal to use our military on our own grounds. A California judge came back with it. Appeals court came back with it. But for some reason, this appeals judge has decided to let them stay on the streets until it, of course, inevitably be picked up by the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court judge on it. Someone from Fox News asked 4547, what did he think about the judge's ruling that the National Guards, it was illegal to have the National Guards on the street? And he said, well, you're not saying the rest of it. Say the rest of it. Yeah, they're not going nowhere. They're staying on the streets. And he leaves it short. This judge is allowing them to stay on the street because they know that you're going to appeal it to the Supreme Court, and they know it will be taken up quickly because you're trying to send more National Guards out to other states. And I don't care what they knew. If it's illegal, they should be taken off the streets. And that's what pissed me off about that judgment. If you know it's illegal, why are you allowing them to stay on the street? But let's see a little bit of Adam.
$218 million. $218 million is how much Donald Trump lost the state of Florida while Governor Ron DeSantis sat by and watched. This torturous detention center named quote-unquote Alligator Alcatraz lost $218 million, and we are now getting reports that detainees had an uprising in the final days of this detention center. Guards at Alligator Alcatraz deployed tear gas and engaged in mass beatings of detainees. There was blood on the floor, and I want to break this down further, but just to take a step back, we do have some positive news. I know things have been grim, but Labor Day protests are breaking out in all 50 states across the country. Workers Against Billionaire protests are breaking out not only to protect regulations for union workers and workers across the country, but just to push back against this administration broadly. I mean, people are mad about a lot of things, workers' rights being one of them, but you can easily tie this wastefulness, the wastefulness of this administration, into workers' rights. Because here's the deal. We have reports that Trump has wasted $50 million just traveling to Scotland and other countries to open up his golf resorts. There's going to be a $900 million cost to refurbish this Qatari jet. $218 million in Alligator Alcatraz. We've spent a lot of money refurbishing the White House and the Rose Garden, all of this stuff. USAID is projected to cost us anywhere from $2 to $10 billion in the very short term. Who knows what it's going to cost us in the long term? The point is, I could sit here and list off all of the money that we're wasting, yet workers in this country are struggling. We are seeing an insane amount of wealth inequality that is increasing. Wealth inequality is getting worse and worse for my generation too. I mean, all generations. I don't want to exclude any generations, but I'm just thinking about long term. My generation will be screwed because Donald Trump is allowing tax cuts for the richest of the rich, while taxpayers are caught paying for this. Alligator Alcatraz. It is so incredibly disgusting. Let's just start from the beginning. Allegations made by at least 3 detainees in phone calls to Miami's Spanish language news channel came as authorities raced to empty the camp in compliance with the judge's order. So this is what happened. As the order came in to empty the camp, people in the camp began to uprise immediately. The incident took place after several migrants held there began shouting for freedom after one received news a relative had died, according to the outlet. A team of guards then rushed in and began beating individuals indiscriminately with batons and fired tear gas at them. They've beaten everyone here, and a lot of people have bled. Brother, tear gas. We are immigrants. We are not criminals. We are not murderers. Can I remind you that 75% of the people that have been detained and deported by this administration have not committed a single crime? Not a single crime. Coming over the border and claiming asylum is not illegal. They are criminalizing asylum and then torturing the people that are there. The people need to rise up, and people are rising up. This is what makes me happy. Chicago is rising up hard. Let me pass it over to friend of the show, Mike Nellis, who explained how much Chicago dislikes Donald.
Chicago's had a chance to vote for Donald Trump 3 times, and he lost by 80% each of the 3 times that he was on the ballot. I think if Donald Trump wants to...
Oh, but what about these alleged surveys that said overwhelmingly that they wanted 45, 47 to bring the National Guard in? I have never heard about surveys until I heard somebody talking about there were surveys taking to have the National Guard bought in. Well, let me tell you about Chicago crime. you're gonna keep having a crime in Chicago when you're paying the cops over $100,000 and the detectives that much more, and these detectives are not solving any crime. See, that's the first problem with Chicago. That so who have you addressed? Who have you reached out to? And taxes are steadily going up in Chicago. Do you mean sales tax? Because I know that there are plenty of people in Chicago that I personally know talk about how high property taxes are going up. But if you have no property, you can't complain about property taxes. So what about these surveys? I heard nothing about your vote. So we hear how the votes actually went in Chicago.
Get involved heavily in issues somewhere else, he should go look at red states, because Donald Trump doesn't have any urgency to deal with Louisiana, which is the murder capital of the United States. He doesn't have anything to say about Oklahoma, which has the worst schools in the nation. Doesn't have anything to say about Arkansas,
Mike,
which has the highest teen pregnancy rate.
those are crime-ridden
but-
too. Those are crime-ridden too. And if the
Yeah,
mayor
when's
wants
Donald
to
Trump gonna
invite
do
Donald
something
Trump
about the
to
crime
go in
rid
there
that's
and do
happening
it.
in Republican states?
Chicago's a little bigger than Baton Rouge, Mike. Okay, and you.
So therefore, it should be quicker for him to clean up that state. Chicago, Baton Rouge is I think is I would say is comparable to Washington D.C. He cleared that up. He said there's no crime in D.C. whatsoever now. So why don't he go to Baton Rouge again, and then spread out to Monroe and Algiers and all of these high crime ridden states? Why then isn't he going to the neighboring state of Mississippi? He starts waving his hand when he starts talking about the red states that have far higher crime rates than these blue states. It's not about this. I just showed you what their mindset is about. It's about controlling black people. It's about having you afraid. Make America great again. When black people were afraid to even exercise their rights to vote. Do you know that some people were unalive when it was okay for blacks to vote? They were still afraid to go vote because that may have been the last place they had been seen alive trying to cast a ballot. So I'm not dealing with ignorant people in here that don't know their own history and don't know when it's being revised or erased. Let's continue.
You live in Chicago, and you should care. Did you hear my friend out there in the monologue talking about her cousin, her uncle, her niece? They're all dead, Mike. Do you care about that at all? Your mayor doesn't care. Your mayor doesn't want any backup. They're offering him more cops, more guard, and he says, no, more housing. What the hell's wrong with him?
Hey, listen, I care about the crime that happens in Chicago, but I also care about making sure that people feel safe. And I know.
No, he's not offering up more cops. He's offering up the National Guard. At the way he's not offering up more cops because he took away I think it was a $80 million fund. See, it takes more than cops to make a community okay. There is more than cops. There are jobs. There are people. There are places for your children to go and learn after school. When you're living in abject poverty, there is no outlet for your child to go and learn recreational things that will enhance their lives, and there is nothing but the streets there because your government will not fund it, takes away from it, sees no importance in it. While the rich are able to fund all the extracurricular activities for their children. Do you not understand that makes a difference? He said they're offering them police. No, they're offering him the military.
know that I'm not going to feel safe in my city if when I take my son to school, I have to drive by a tank. I know I'm not going to feel
Really?
safe if when I take him to a ball game, I'm going to see armed military members.
Very well done by Mike Nellis. Do not let these Republicans grandstand and virtue signal, because the pattern is
And he's laughing. And he's laughing. See, they never want you to go on about the non the the white people who actually have it are taken care of. Okay, so let me continue. I don't think go over and check out Adam Mokler. He's talking about alligator Alcatraz. Also, we're going to talk about these billionaires. We are definitely going to talk about how the middle class has damn near been 100% depleted. This 18 million dollars for alligator Alcatraz. You know where that money came from? That money came from FEMA. That money came from the department that is supposed to help you when something happens to you. But they found a loophole. Come to find out, they found a loophole in the FEMA laws and regulations that they are using to funnel money into ICE. Now, understand, during this big, bloated, busted budget, ICE had been awarded over $1 billion. And they're still taking money from FEMA to fund ICE. Are they going to take money from ICE to fund the American people when these disasters occur? How much did they take from FEMA to deal with that? They have shut down all conversation about all of those children who died in Texas. How much money did they take from ICE for that? I'm surprised ICE wasn't over there fingerprinting the dead bodies in Texas to make sure that they couldn't be entombed in U.S. soil. I'm surprised there wasn't an ICE raid of the dead bodies in Texas. I said it. Okay, so let's look at these no billionaire protests.
This is because this should be a day for workers, and it is a day for workers. People are revolting. I found it interesting that the workers over billionaires protests are happening specifically in South Florida, where Alligator Alcatraz recently closed. So workers are revolting up. This says one term was one term too many. No kings in America. FDT 8647. Never ever forget how poorly this administration is treating. Never ever.
Oh, I messed up. I apologize. I'm going to have to get out of that box. The link is in my description box, however. Please go over and check out Adam Mokler. Okay. I played that. Who's running this country? Do you know who's running this country? Let's find out a little bit about who is exactly running this country. You would, if you watch my news over here, I've talked about it, but let's get into it. Who remember who Russell Vogt is? Russell Vogt is one of the architects of Project 2025, who works with the Heritage Foundation, who absolutely helped write Project 2025, and he was confirmed as the head of the Office OMB, Office of Management and Budget. That's who Russell Vogt is, who said that anything that they need to check on in this administration, they will not be able to create a FOIA request because he was going to make it hard for them to have FOIA requests. He said that nothing would be shared in emails and all of that stuff because they wanted to regain regain their secrecy. Now, let's look at this. Stephen Miller, also the I forget what his official language is in the his title is in the White House. He is also he also authored some parts of Project 2025. Stephen Miller, if you don't know, he is the one who, hold on, he is the one who said that he didn't want the ICE officials taking time to develop cases. He just wanted you to make sure that there were 3,000 arrests. If that means snatching people up from wherever, don't bog yourself down in these long investigations. Just grab people off the street to the tune of 3,000 people. Now, before I play that to you, I want to play something else that I had pulled from Hegseth that I forgot to share with you. Here we go.
I'm here to do one job.
No, I hear
one
you.
job for the president and the American people. Secure the country. America first, peace through strength. I don't have time for leakers. I don't have time for the hoax press that peddles old stories from disgruntled employees. We should be talking about the decimation of the Houthis, how we're pushing back the Chinese, how we have a new defense area at the southern border. Instead, disgruntled former employees are peddling things to try to save their ass.
Did you?
And ultimately, that's it's not going to work. I'm here to do one job.
No, I hear
one
you.
job for the president and the American people. Secure the country. America first, peace through strength. I don't have time.
Nope, that wasn't what I wanted to show you. So let's that wasn't the right one. Nobody wants to hear that dribble drabble. Let me share this with you. We were on Russell Vogt and Pee Wee Herman. Here we go. And I think it's somewhere around here.
Cannon shooting off its cannonball, that can increasingly doubling down on the idea of sort of being a real estate mogul in Washington.
Hold on.
Not the only one watching very closely, but that I am watching very closely, are the ways in which the administration is trying to deploy the military. So you're seeing it in Washington, D.C., for example, but you are seeing it there picking up trash, for example, or mulching the trees in the tidal basin near the Jefferson Memorial or near the Martin Luther King Jr. statue. And there is a sense that those military personnel are there to demonstrate that Trump and the MAGA Republicans control the Capitol. Now, remember, Congress is not currently in session. So you've got the president stamping control on the federal government. And yesterday, the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, announced that the United States government would also take over Union Station. And Union Station is where the trains come and go, and where the metro trains run from. And there, it's also where the veterans have been protesting the Trump administration. The guy who burned a flag, he is part of the protests near Union Station. Just as an aside here, one of the best cup of coffees I've ever had was in Union Station last year. So if you're in the area, you might want to check it out. But anyway, that takeover of Union Station is important because that will control how people get into and get out of the city on the metro lines. And if you've noticed today, the Trump administration has made noises about taking over South Station in Boston and not North Station. And that actually matters in Boston because South Station is the hub of the trains coming and going and the buses coming and going from Boston to the south. So that's sort of outward looking. North Station, which is actually not connected to South Station, which is a real nuisance when you live in the Boston area. But North Station is the opposite. It goes up to Maine. So nobody's talking about taking over North Station, which is, where my heart is, because that's where my buses and trains tend to come and go from. But they're not. It's not nearly as well traveled as South Station. But there clearly seems to be a push to at least look as if the administration in the military is going to be in control of the train hubs in the east, on the East Coast at least. And a lot of people go up and down that eastern corridor from Union Station to South Station. That is the Acela corridor, the Union corridor, the the Eastern Corridor, and that is the most heavily trafficked part of the railroad lines in the United States. So that's a really ominous thing that they're talking about there. Trump is also talking about getting rid of mail-in voting. And that too is an interesting thing, because actually we know that that both Republicans and Democrats use mail-in voting, and it's a very efficient way to vote. And a lot of countries do it. Trump says the U.S. is repeating, because I feel like people are afraid of a paper tiger, as they say. That is, Trump and his administration, and I do not believe he is the one calling the shots here. I believe that Stephen Miller, the deputy White House chief of staff, the person who is behind the massive deportations and is the absolute white nationalist, is behind them. And I believe Russell Vought, who is the director of the Office of Management and Budget, who was a key architect of Project 2025, and who has been decimating the U.S. government in order to put in place a theocracy. Right now, it really looks like those two are the ones primarily calling the shots, which, just as a little bit of a side, is really interesting from a structural point of view. As I said to you months ago, power doesn't automatically vest in one spot or another. And there's been a lot of power sloshing around Washington, D.C. At first, it looked like Elon Musk was going to pick it up. It was pretty clear Trump didn't have a lot of it. Now it looks like Stephen Miller and Russell Vought are the ones who are trying to grab hold of that power, but they are vulnerable, because neither one of them is in an elected office. Neither one of them has their own power base, and they are dependent on President Donald Trump, who is himself a really loose cannon. So, and I've explained to you before what a loose cannon is. It's from the old days.
Uh, Donald Trump is worried about absolutely nothing about other than this rose garden that a contractor cracked the limestone, and he's not going to pay the contractor, and he's going to make the contractor reimburse him. The same old shit that he's always being concerned about. On Labor Day, he tweets out that he's not going to pay a contractor. Well, what's new? How many contractors has Donald Trump not paid for? On the weekend of Labor Day, they talk about how they are busting up the the union of federal workers. But they want to tweet out a happy Labor Day to all the workers. They don't give a shit about these workers. Donald Trump has been shitting on workers his whole career. Now, let me share. Let me share with you something else that I had up here. Now, uh, we should really understand that what these tariffs are doing is they are enriching and emboldening more nations to join the BRICS. This weekend, it has been speculated, but it has not been drawn out as facts as of yet, that Australia will also be joining the BRICS. If you don't know what the BRICS is, go back in some of my other videos. I don't have time to reiterate something to people who were not here when actual facts were being put down on my channel, because I don't talk about dumb shit anymore. So that's on you. If you don't know, that's what Google's for. So Australia is thinking about joining the big BRICS as well, and there have been some strange bedfellows. This weekend, China had a conference where Putin was there. The Prime Minister of India was there. Xi was there. Who was that? North Korean Kim Jong-un was there, and the Prime Minister of Japan was there. All of these Asian countries were there, and it kind of appears like they were laughing at 45, 47. Let's check this out.
Together as China hosts a major Eurasian Security Summit. More than 20 leaders are expected at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's meetings. China's leader, Xi Jinping, is using the summit to present China as a stable alternative to the U.S.-led world order. And this is happening as President Trump's tariffs upend trade negotiations and countries' alliances. One of the high-profile attendees in is India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It's his first visit to China in 7 years. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin, also there, is expected to stay for 4 days. He'll be there on Wednesday when China caps off the high-level meetings with an elaborate military parade, and it's intended to show off the country's military might. Joining me now, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kimberly Dozier. Kimberly, good morning to you. Let's start with President Xi's intentions here. What's his goal for the summit?
Well, he is taking advantage of the tariff disarray to present China as the alternative, and showing that he can master all of these forces together in a Eurasian economic, political, and military bloc of sorts that rivals anything that the West and the U.S. used to present in terms of, you know, the organizations and the countries that you want to do business with because you can count on.
Well, let me make sure my mic is on. While motherfuckers are worried about slow bus people, whether a Sour Patch and a lemon and all of this other shit is true, false, a play, this is the play that you really better be worried about. Let's continue.
On them. What Xi is sending a message to the world about is saying, you know, we are the stable country, as you mentioned in your intro, whereas you never know what's going to come out of Washington next.
Yeah, we're showing the video now of this bilateral meeting here between China and India, and Narendra Modi on the screen now. Talk about his involvement and his, I guess, growing alliance
And 4547 also came out today saying that Chi is crazy about him. Chi loves him. Chi, the ruler of China, he wants to come out and say today, after this conference, how he and Chi get on so swimmingly. After wasn't it 35 or 55% tariff he put on Chi, and we gonna then went back and took it down to 50% tariffs, and we think that you and Chi is getting along. No, Chi is doing business, and while the United States are sitting over here lying about the amount of tariffs at deals that they have signed. I They had what is that Howard Nutsack on some channel, and they said they were asking him. This is a right leaning publication. Ask him, well, where's the paperwork? Show us the paperwork on some of these deals that you guys saying that you got. Remember, they said they would get 90 deals in 90 days, and they have paperwork on 0 deals. And he sat up there and shinned and grinned and lied and said, oh, well, you don't even need paperwork on some of these deals. They've in the what was it, not Indonesia, Vietnam, they've already started trading with us. Vietnam, this is your big thing that you're touting Vietnam's. Okay, does Vietnam, I think the biggest thing that they trade in is clothing. Do they trade gas, steel, aluminum, anything like that? He wanted to bring up Vietnam and what Vietnam is doing, as he was saying the deal that he had with Japan, when the is sitting up in China making playing under the table with the BRICS, the people who are big in the BRICS union. So what the fuck do these nations need to trade with us for? And these are the things you should be worried about. Because if you didn't get the memo, all of the pre-ordered supplies that they ordered when 4547 first got in office, a lot of big companies pre-ordered a lot of extra supplies being shipped over from China before these tariffs were to set in. They ordered extra stuff, and now it seems like they have depleted their overages. So they're going to have to reorder, and they're going to have to pay these tariffs. So Walmart has already said that their prices will be going up weekly, and they said every week they are going to be increasing their prices. Why do I bring up Walmart? Because Walmart is the largest on the ground retailer that we have in the United States. That's why I bring up Walmart. Walmart put a lot of small mom and pop stores out of business, and people pretended like that was not a problem. Well, it's going to be a problem now. A lot of rural states, that is the one place that they can go to shop. It's going to be a problem now. Walmart says that, I think it is by the end of the year, I'm sure it's by the end of the year, prices will go up 62%. Some products have already gone up 50%. Oh, I forgot. A lot of people are independently wealthy. Okay, so let me let me share this with you. Hey, Bernice, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Let me share this with you as well. It seems like they're laughing at us. Here we go. Let me see. I have this under. It seems like they're laughing at us. Here we go. Where is it? The AP, the Associated Press. Let me find it. My goodness. I apologize. Oh, here we are. I apologize. I have so many tabs up here I wanted to share. It was a long weekend and a lot of stuff has gone on this weekend that I want to make sure you are aware of. Now, Putin, Modi, and Xi are meeting at this big conference in China. And did you see Putin laughing when he met with 45, 47 in Alaska? And speaking of Alaska, now Modi, the Prime Minister of India, they said that they were going to put a 50% tariff on him if he didn't stop buying oil from Russia. Didn't that Biden try that and it didn't work? So I don't think he put a 50% tariff. I think he put a tariff on them. And Russia kept selling their oil to India and I do believe China. Now, Russia is part of the BRICS. The R in BRICS is Russia. The I in BRICS is India. The C in BRICS is China. So when 45, 47 said that he was going to put a 50% tariff while Russia had zero tariffs on them and is fighting a war against our alleged allies, Russia had zero tariffs on it. And Modi said he's not going to stop buying oil from Russia. You can put whatever tax on me you want to, motherfucker. I am not going to stop buying oil from Russia. And Modi has a large swath of trading partners in the BRICS. See, this is what the media isn't telling you. They're telling you like, ooh, Modi better come around. 45, 47, put a 50% tariff on him. Modi don't give a fuck. Modi does not give a fuck, nor does it appears to be that he needs to give a fuck. At the same time, they're saying that what Modi must stop doing with Putin, what are they not telling you but that the U.S. is doing with Putin? They're buying up rare earth minerals from Putin. While that's what the U.S. is doing with Putin, but trying to grandstand like they are, taking a stand against Russia. Did you know that? I still have some goals. If you didn't know that, now let's look at these men together. Who do they look like they are laughing at? Do they look worried?
谢谢。为维护地区安全，第24次会议。
Yeah, if you don't know, there you go. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you saw that. Now, what else is there? I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about these billionaires. I didn't find out about this until today. A billionaire who heard about the billionaire who stole a cap at the U.S. Open that was intended for a child. Did you guys hear about that? And then this billionaire, they found out who he was, and he basically said, too bad, too sad. He would have had the hat if he was faster. The kid looked between 8 and 9 years old. If you haven't heard about that, let's talk about the CEO who fucked around and found out. I hope I hope you guys have heard about this. If you didn't, I'll share it with you. This is on the Reese Waters show. Let's check out a piece of the stealing and the response that he had when social media clobbered him.
All right, y'all have seen the video by now.
Hold on, I have it on double speed. Hold on.
Foot in mouth? Hey, bring it on. All right, y'all have seen the video by now.
Look at him and his wife laughing, taking
Grown man
selfies.
blasted for snatching Camille Macharzak's hat from a little kid at the U.S. Open. I apologize for butchering that. As Power of Internet tracks down innocent fan. Game, set, snatch. A vile grown man sparked outrage after he was caught on camera swiping Polish tennis star Camille Macharzak's hat from an eager young fan at the U.S. Open. We just gonna call him Camille from right now. What are you doing? The outraged boy screamed at the shameless cap caper. The hat hog ignored the devastated child and then thrust a water bottle into the tennis star's face for another autograph. Do you know how bad you screwed up where you got me in favor of the internet mob? Huh? You got me in favor of the internet mob. Do you know how much after the fact, you know, when he was ID'd, as in Polish millionaire CEO Piotr Szczurek. So not just any fan, not just any grown man deciding to snatch memorabilia away from a child, you'd have it.
Hold on.
Polish millionaire CEO reportedly defends snatching kid's hat at U.S. Open. If you were faster, you'd have it.
Okay, so go over there and see how this story works out. Shame. I concur with you, Bernice. A dang on shame. And these millionaire, it seems have absolutely no shame. Let me play for you how these millionaires have no shame. Now I played was it last week? Yes, I played last week how Jeff Bezos was trying to build a data center, and where was it? It's somewhere in Arizona, and they did it under the under secrecy, of course, and then they finally somebody did a FOIA request on something unrelated to the data center because they didn't know about the data center, and a line about the data center coming to Phoenix. Now, Phoenix is in the middle of the desert. Water and air conditioning, which would be your electric bill, is very important to the people in Phoenix. So they start questioning their local legislators, and they finally had the company, $36 billion company came to Phoenix to discuss the project that they signed with without anyone knowing. And then the one of the men who voted and approved on the project actually said that regular citizens shouldn't have the opportunity to vote on things. And one of the questions asked of the women who was there for the company, who would be how would the water and electricity be paid for? And she sat there as if, oh, you guys should be fine with this. The water, it would be added in to the regular water that citizens have to pay for. They were going to plug into that water system, and any adjustments that need to be made will be made, which means these cooling systems that take so much water and electricity to cool down these data servers would increase your electricity and water bill. And the woman who asked her that question was and she laughed when she said it. She giggled and threw her head back and giggled when she said it. And the woman was so on top of it. The woman who asked the question, she said, yeah, like I would trust somebody who worked for Meta, what is it, Meta, a couple of months back, that caused the electric bills to go up so high in some state. And then the woman looked shocked, like, oh shit, she know about me? She know I'm the same woman? And she looked embarrassed. But I do want you to see how and why these data centers that they want to spread all over the United States are you're paying for them. Okay, so let me play this. I have to keep you up on it. These are billionaires who are now. There has been a lot of complaints. If you go on YouTube and you look for people complaining about their water bill, the increases in their water bills from May to June, from June to July, some people's water bills are astronomical. Some people water bills were $400 and $500, $600 to $700 the next day, and $1,200 and $1,300. Not water bill, electricity bills. Have you guys heard about this? Georgia, it has it bad. You hear people astonished by their $400 and $500 water bills. But the worst I've heard it has been in New Jersey. That these $1,000 and $2,000 water bills. So let me share this with you, how billionaires are seeping in and charging you for their water that they're using for these AI data centers that are going to eventually take your jobs. They're going to take your job. They're going to make you pay for it off the front end. So when you lose your job, you're going to be absolute destitute because you paying between $700 and $1,300 for your water bill. In the meantime, so let me find this for you. Hold on, here, let me find it. Oh my goodness. Here it is. Also, this is found on More Perfect Union. Let's delve into this.
Your bill also going up, and when I noticed my electric bill gone up, I started asking my neighbors, is your bill also going up? And they had no idea that this was happening.
If you live in any of these states, your electric bill is higher this summer. It's not because of anything you did. You're paying more because the world's biggest tech companies are building so many data centers.
I do guess that a lot of the world gets covered in data centers over time, but I don't know, because maybe we put them in space.
Is this something where we are committed to building out data centers across our 60 regions? We are absolutely going to.
Big tech's quest for artificial intelligence is creating a tidal wave of new costs that are about to hit all of us, even if you live nowhere near a data center.
The big problem is that we're all subsidizing the wealthiest corporations in the world in their pursuit of artificial intelligence.
Americans' utility bills are rising while big tech's profits are going through the roof.
We traveled into data center country and found a hidden wealth transfer. Everyday people covering the power costs of the data center build-out. Companies like Amazon and Meta striking secret deals with utilities.
It's all proprietary. It's all behind non-disclosure agreements and blacked out documents.
And lobbying for a system that leaves all of us footing their bill, unless we do something about it.
So I've always paid attention to my electric bill, mainly for environmental friendly reasons. I wanted to make sure I'm not using too much light, and what room am I using the most light.
Cassandra Linez lives in northern New Jersey. In July, she got an electric bill that caught her attention.
The thing I noticed right away was, compared to the same time last year, my bill has gone up, but also I noticed my usage went down. I started to pay attention to this box area where it describes your supply charges, and I noticed a $29 increase on my bill. To me, honestly, it felt almost like a slap in the face to use less energy and then get charged more for it. A lot of folks sometimes work 2 to 3 jobs to be able to pay their bills and don't take the time or have the time and luxury to even look down at their bill. I sat down with a neighbor and I asked her about her electric bill, if it's gone up. And she was like, well, where would I check that? And she brought it out and I checked and her bill looks the same as mine. It's also gone up in the supply section.
I wanted to understand why Cassandra and her neighbors are suddenly paying so much more for electricity every month. To figure that out, I ended up having to travel 300 miles south.
This is like the Wall Street of the data center industry.
Julie Bolthouse researches the dramatic growth of an area of Northern Virginia known as Data Center Alley.
So there's already over 200 data centers that are built or approved in Loudoun County. We have the largest data center market in the world by far. And so there's a race to ensure that these companies have enough space to grow out what they hope to be the future of AI.
The demand is just off the charts.
We're the biggest owner, the biggest developer of data centers, and our pipeline right now is up 25% year on year.
Between 2021 and 2024, the number of data centers nationwide nearly doubled. And that's because companies like Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Google have decided to invest billions on technology that requires an enormous amount of computing power.
What does it take to win? For AI, that means you've got to have the most powerful training compute. Training compute is kind of like the engine. There's horsepower of the engine.
We are basically all in on this. We're building multiple multi-gigawatt data centers.
As the tech industry is currently conceiving of artificial intelligence, it just requires a massive amount of energy-intensive, power-hungry computer chips.
Ari Pesco wrote a recent report about how data centers are affecting energy markets.
We've seen announcements from Meta and from OpenAI that they intend to develop 5 gigawatt data center campuses.
I mean, just to, I guess, put this in perspective, a gigawatt, it's like around the size of like a meaningful nuclear power plant only going towards training a model.
These AI development companies want to get these gigawatt-sized facilities online. They want many of them around the country, and they want to do it within the next few years.
In 2025, the tech industry is expected to spend about $475 billion on data centers, up 42% since last year. Today, data centers make up about 4% of US electricity demand. In just the next 3 years, that's expected to triple.
The United States has never generated more electricity in our history than we are today. The problem is that data centers are bursting through the envelope of energy demand, and we're seeing record energy demand almost entirely being driven by data centers.
Tyson Slocum works on energy and utility issues at Public Citizen.
And so let's take an example in the world's largest power market. It's called PJM. It covers 13 US states from Illinois to Washington, D.C. About 65 million Americans live within its footprint.
Many factors determine what we pay for electricity, but to understand how data centers are making it more expensive, it's important to know that the price that utility companies pay for power is set in regional markets. The biggest of those is a market known as the PJM.
They had a big, what's known as a capacity auction last year. Last year's capacity auction broke all records.
And what happened last summer in the auction is the prices went up by 800%, a massive increase in costs.
David Lapp represents ratepayers in Maryland, another PJM state. He explained to me that when utilities have to pay a higher capacity price, they pass it on to consumers in the form of supply charges. According to the PJM's independent monitor, data centers were responsible for 63% of last year's price increase.
We saw customers with bills $900, over $1,000. It's unfathomable that they are having to pay higher rates to support wealthy corporations building data centers.
And it's not just PJM. We're seeing this happen across the country. We're seeing data center loads from coast to coast. It's affecting every energy market.
One way to start addressing this supply and demand problem would be to bring new power supply to the grid. But then the big question is, who's going to pay for that new infrastructure? The way the system currently works, we all pay for it.
So the utility business model is more than 100 years old, and it was designed to spread electricity service at the beginning of the 20th century. The basic idea is that utility builds something and you socialize the costs to all of the ratepayers that have no choice but to take that utility's service.
The cost of new infrastructure mostly shows up on another part of your electric bill, sometimes called delivery charges. Utility companies are allowed to set those charges high enough to recoup every dollar they spent building, plus a regulated rate of profit, usually around 10%.
So this is a huge profit opportunity. This growth in demand is a great excuse to build the sort of infrastructure that they're very comfortable building. If you look at sort of any of the earnings calls that these companies do, they're touting data center growth in their region.
To lure data centers to their service areas, utilities have started cutting direct deals with big tech.
One way the utilities might
be clear, these excuse me, these direct deals that they are cutting with big tech, you and I have no idea that these deals are being cut. I showed you how Memphis was bought the Grok data center was purchased in Memphis, and one of the big questions was about the water and the electricity. They came out with a statement at first that there had been no agreements made with the electricity company, and then they came out later and said that Grok would be that Elon Musk would be creating a whole another what was it? Electricity center for that part of Memphis. But that was the second thing they said about it. The first thing they said that they had no agreement about it. Now all of a sudden they are going to build a whole another electricity substation. Well, if you're building it for the people, how come you couldn't build your own in the beginning? These are billionaire companies. How come? I thought some things were what the cost of doing business. I thought that that's how businesses work. But no, they want to plug into you who they already have all your data. You who 45, 47 allowed to collect all of your data, and then on top of it, they're going to let you pay their electric bills. I'm gonna have to revisit that story and see what is going on. I gave you the story about Meta in Texas, how they were doing the same thing, destroying the well water, the air quality in that Texas town. I gave you the story about Jeff Bezos just last week. So I'm just keeping you abreast on how these billionaires are taking from average people, only to create AI that is going to keep you underemployed. Now, there was a story that came out about AI has taken over some drive-thrus at Taco Bell, and the AI cannot even get a order right. They say the AI keeps asking you, well, what would you like to drink with that? And you tell them, and they say, what would you like to drink to that? And to the point where people are going up and ordering 5 million tacos and all of this type of stuff. So I said a long time ago, when they decided to have those little stands in the McDonald's, where this was years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, those little stands where you press the button and they take your order and you pay after there. I was like, what is this? This is just a way to not hire people, and you have one cashier up there to hand you your food from the back to the front. They don't take orders. They point you to the machine. I have never, and this is the way but they want you to pay for it.
Might attract new data center customers is by offering them a good deal on electricity. This is a competition between utilities to attract these data centers.
Ari and his team looked at nearly 50 regulatory proceedings across the country about utility rates for data centers. What they found is that the deals between tech companies and utilities are typically hidden from the public, and there's good reason to believe we should be concerned about that.
The concern with these deals is that the data center may be underpaying, that it's not covering the cost that the utility is incurring to provide service to that data center. And there's going to be a shortfall for the utility, and it's going to look to the rest of us, to ordinary ratepayers, to make up that difference. And so our rates will go up in order to finance a sweetheart deal for a data center.
Right.
One recent example is happening right now in Louisiana with a data center being developed by Meta.
Last year, a utility company in Louisiana proposed to spend $3 billion on a new power plant to meet electricity demand from a Meta data center. The full terms of its deal with Meta are secret, but redacted regulatory filings have revealed that the public is on the hook for Meta's power plant.
Right.
Meta has signed a 15-year deal, and it only obligates them to pay for about half of that $3 to $4 billion of infrastructure, which means that there's a big risk that everyone else in Louisiana will get stuck with the rest of that bill.
I believe deeply in building personal superintelligence for everyone. And at Meta, we have the resources to build the massive infrastructure required and the ability to deliver new technology to billions of people.
Meta saw an opportunity to negotiate a massive data center deal without the public having any input. And to this day, there is still massive amounts of detail about that Meta AI complex that the people of Louisiana have no information about.
In Virginia, the utility company Dominion Energy has proposed to build 6 new power plants to meet data center demand, the first at a cost of $4.5 billion. According to one estimate, only 30% of that will be paid for by the customer class that includes data centers.
At Dominion Energy, we know power is personal.
Residential customers will pay about half the cost, despite the fact that residential demand for electricity has flatlined. Dominion projects that average residential electric bills will more than double to $315 a month in the next 15 years, primarily due to data centers.
We should not be having to pay the bill for the infrastructure that is supporting private companies that are making a ton of money off of this infrastructure. They're not building AI just because it's fun to build AI. They're building AI because it's making them money.
The right way to do it is to make sure that the data centers pay for every penny of this infrastructure.
In Maryland this year, ratepayers and advocates came together to try to address this problem. and passed a state bill that creates a new customer class for data centers.
So what this legislation does, and it's an important step forward, is it says these data centers don't fit within any of those customer classes, and we need a new customer class for large loads.
Once you have a ratepayer class, then you can actually specifically charge that class for infrastructure that's being built for them, and you can isolate them from other ratepayers. Isolating these data centers is an important first step, and a number of states are taking that step.
The Oregon legislature also passed a law this spring that isolates data centers from other ratepayers. But taking that step in other states will not be easy because big tech companies have other plans. A group called the Data Center Coalition is opposing these efforts at state capitals across the country. It's a membership organization made up of Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, and dozens of other data center operators. And it claims that its members are already paying their fair share for power.
We hear the data centers say, we welcome paying those costs, but we're not seeing them advocate for reforms where they really take on those costs.
The Data Center Coalition is corporate public relations, right? They're not paying their fair share. The numbers don't lie.
In the last few years, the Data Center Coalition has raised millions of dollars from its corporate members. In Virginia last year, its PAC gave over $2 million to state legislators. The investment paid off this spring when state leaders voted down several bills that would have regulated data centers.
Big tech is literally the wealthiest, most profitable industry in the world. They have the capacity to pull out their pocketbooks and cover their costs associated with this data center expansion. Instead, the American people and small businesses that aren't data centers are covering their costs.
In the next 15 years, data centers are expected to add an additional $160 billion to grid costs in the US. If policymakers fail to change anything, by one estimate, electricity rates for average households will spike by as much as 70%.
I think if the tech companies are the ones that want to do this, are the ones that are in competition with each other, want to create this open market and have this business, I think they're the ones that need to pay for these infrastructures, not myself.
Thanks so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this, be sure.
Okay, and I will play you a small little portion of the Arizona, how the Arizona just rejected Jeff Bezos's data center that was crafted in secrecy, and I played this for you last week. Let me share a little bit of this until they question about the water, and then it all fell apart. Amazon's secret plot to build a data center in the desert is the name of this. It's on More Perfect Union as well. Let's delve into this. Why I'm saying this? Because billionaires, these people have experienced the widest wealth gap in the United States. There are more billionaires than there have ever been, and people are sinking under their electric bills and don't know why. These electric companies are trying to pretend like, oh well, we had to shut down a whole lot of electric companies, and therefore we had to build a new one, and all of this bullshit. But they're not telling you why. People are already struggling under politicians who don't give a shit about you, so busy taking APEC money to fund a genocide that this America First government that they have out here is bullshit. So let me play a little bit of this up until the point where they're questioning who's going to
and
pay
just
for
completely
what.
betraying us.
We are in a desert. We are in a 30-year drought. The map doesn't add up.
I have zero trust of whatever these people are telling us. They're saying they're going to reclaim water. They can't make water out of nothing. Can they make it rain? Maybe they can. I don't know.
I was on the ground to cover it day by day. I talked to residents, lawmakers, and lobbyists to tell the full David versus Goliath story of how one community took on Amazon and won. Let's dig into it. First, we have to rewind to day one when I landed in Tucson on a Monday afternoon.
It started with a town hall meeting. These sessions are really propaganda sessions for the corporation. It's all just been people from the corporation, from Tucson Electric Power, and from Tucson Water to make the case to the public for why this is a good idea.
During a 2-hour session, some in the audience stood up to ask tough questions of the city and the company behind the project, Beal Infrastructure, a San Francisco-based corporation backed by Blue Owl, a $30 billion investment firm listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Upon
a $30 billion company. Hey, Lena Pretty Brown Eyes. Hey, Soul Sister. A $30 billion company listed on the New York Stock Exchange. They want to build a data center. For this data center is Jeff Bezos's data center. For you guys who just got here, if you are wondering why your utility bills are high, rewind this to the last video I just played, how all of these billionaires are connecting your utilities, their data centers that takes a lot of energy and a lot of water to cool down because of their AI is so there's AI, they are so behind in AI mechanisms that China does not even have to have places to cool down their data centers. So instead of making their AI better, what they're doing is they're making you foot the bill. All these AI data centers are being compiled in secret, and a lot of people don't know until it's too late, like in Memphis with Grok, the Elon Musk AI, like in Texas, Meta's AI that is ruining the water and the air for the people around it. Now it has come out, they're sneaking the cost of electricity and water to the regular people in these areas and further out to pay for the cooling off. What isn't the price of being doing business is actually paying for your own business. Do these people who are paying these water bills, do they get a cut of what these billionaires get for these AI projects? No, you get absolutely nothing but higher utilities. So let me continue that. This is what they were trying to create one in Tucson, Arizona, a desert. Let's continue.
On completion, it would have had power capacity of 600 megawatts. That's enough to power every home in the city of Tucson. The corporation is trying to secure a deal requiring the city to annex the land the data centers would sit on, allowing them to procure the massive amounts of water directly from Tucson Water.
The water and electricity requirements will increase by maybe double over the next 5 years. Are we prepared for that?
I can only speak for what's in the development agreement for the water portion, because the water is in the development agreement. All of the water infrastructure and maintenance and then upgrades will be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
All of the water. Now, this is in the agreement that you guys didn't know about until somebody did a FOIA request about something else and then saw this and start questioning it. Now, this is already in the agreement that the water will be assessed by your water rates. all the water that we are using will also be assessed by the water rates that every individual who has a water bill uses in this in Tucson. Let's see her again, and let's see her response when the person who questioned about the water is well aware of who she's worked for in the past and her history of lying for these billionaires.
Water directly from Tucson Water.
The water and electricity requirements will increase by maybe double over the next 5 years. Are we prepared for that?
I can only speak for what's in the development agreement for the water portion, because the water is in the development agreement. All of the water infrastructure and maintenance and then upgrades will be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
You see her laugh when they booed. It will all of it, the upgrades, everything you're paying for in your water bill. You saw her chuckle when she got the boo. Let's see her stop chuckling.
Be assessed by Tucson Water.
You are asking us to trust Christina with our water when she worked on Meta's data center team for the last 6 years while they were bleeding Georgia dry.
Now, no smile on her face. And now she was working for Meta. I thought it was the same lady. It's a different lady. You expect us to pay attention to Christina when she was working for Meta for the last 6 years and bleeding Georgia dry. Who else did I tell you was complaining about the quick influx of their utility bills? Georgia.
By no means am I asking anybody, even the mayor and council, to just trust the word of Beal or even staff on this project.
Deals. Okay, let me drop this link because I think I played this Friday. I hadn't planned it. I hadn't planned on playing it again today. So the link to that is also in my description box. Go over there and see how this country is going backwards. This country is going backwards in the way this Make America Great Again is a real thing that 4547 does, and what he considers great for America is to your peril. Now I want to share with you. I want to share with you another thing that these white nationalists have been so emboldened. Now let's understand that 4547 is a convicted felon, and we also understand that this lackey here, Navarro, is the reason that all of these tariffs have been used, because Navarro, I forget his position in this administration. Navarro was the one who had the great idea to use tariffs and tariff every country individually, and thus your regular prices, not only your utility prices, the prices of everything that you buy damn near, because the United States is a country. We don't ship a lot of shit. We take in a lot of products because there are not a lot of U.S. products. Why? Because the Republican parties wanted to tell all the red states of how unions were robbing them, how unions were no good for them. So the union representation in the United States has dwindled down to either 3 or 7% of jobs actually have unions, and 45, 47 is busting up federal union jobs as we speak, as he wishes a happy Labor Day. So let's be clear. Now, this man, he actually wrote a book, Peter Navarro, and where he mixed up his last name, Navarro, the letters in his last name, and he said he quoted on many occasions in his book how this what was the guy's name? He mixed the letters in his name to make up a new name, and then he quoted that new name as a professional professionally trained economist. He referenced him as if he was some great economist, and the person that he was referencing is the mishmash of the letters in his last name. He created that as a full person. And this is who 4547 is taking his terrorist advice from. And because the main block of this book was about how tariffs would make the United States rich. Now, this is also the man who was jailed for not addressing a subpoena to himself. They only gave him 4 months. You know, it's unfortunate that our government don't treat rich people and people who are connected by people high up in government. It's a shame that they are not over prosecuted like the average man. He spent 4 months in jail for refusing to address and come to a hearing that they wanted to have about January 6th. He refused to answer his subpoena, and he only got 4 months in jail. Now I forget, let me see, you can Google who Peter Navarro is in 4547's administration. So he did an interview the other day. Now, this is the man, somebody who who is a criminal, a convicted criminal. He did some time. You saw that, Bernie's girl? He did some time in jail for being a sycophant, for not wanting to address the facts of what happened on January 6th, to the point that he went to jail. Why did he do that? Because he knew it was still going to be sweet for him when he got out of jail. It didn't appear to so sweet for him in jail, because when he came out of jail, one of his bottom teeth right in the front of his face was missing. But he is now sitting on panels, giving 45, 47 all of this advice about tariffs, which has torn apart our nation, which has isolated us. You know, who knows where we're going to end with this tariff. But what we do know is that these companies have are out of the products that they had shored up to get over this tariff hump, that had bought extra products while the tariffs were not enacted, and they bought extra products. Those extra products are gone. So they're going to have to re-up on their products, and these companies are going to have to pay the tariff to get them here. But what do you think they're going to do when they put these products on the shelf? You're paying more. You're already paying more. While Walmart said that they are going to the prices are going to increase up to 63% by the end of the year, while some have already been increased 50%. Catch that. So this is who we have to thank for all of that, and the idiot that is 45, 47. We have to thank him for being so lazy and so ignorant, and attaching on to anything that anyone tells him is a good idea, because surely he knows nothing about finance. The number of times his own companies have gone bankrupt. Now, this is a man who is about to bankrupt this country. Not the millionaires and billionaires. They're going to be all right. He's always going to take care of them. But this man is who we're talking about, Peter Navarro. So Peter Navarro goes on an interview, has the nerve to even show his face, but he is in the administration, and now they bring up Lisa Cook, the governor of the governor of the oh my God, Federal Reserves, who they accuse. They didn't question. They didn't have any meetings. They made accusations on X that she committed mortgage fraud by signing both of her properties as her primary properties. But Chip Roy of Texas has done the same things with 3 properties, but you don't hear anything about that. You only hear any fight about that from Democrat pundits who have brought that up about Chip Roy. So she has, and Chip Roy is, I believe he is, yes, he is slated to run for governor of Texas. You don't hear shit about Chip Roy. Okay, so now 4547 fires her, and then they bring it up to Peter Navarro. And what does Peter Navarro says? That she is a partisan animal. He called a black woman an animal. An animal. And then he tried to pretend like he didn't call her an animal. And then, did I say that? Oh, yeah, you said it in the wrong area. You're so accustomed to calling black people animals that it is not a big thing when you do it. It's a big thing that somebody called you on it. I'm sure you don't want to leave that out here calling her an animal. I didn't call her an animal. Let's hear this. I think it's somewhere right here. Here we go.
There were at least 2 guys I knew in there who were in there for a long time for similar charges. And not only, you don't only go to prison, you get your assets seized, there's forfeiture, and generally there's a restitution that has to be paid. So this is not, folks, this is not a slap on the wrist. This is not a little thing. I mean, people are in prison. And what does it say about the world if she tries to hide behind the fact that she hasn't had a trial yet, when in fact the facts are the facts, and it doesn't require a trial?
I read your view on that. Yeah. I don't think you want to. You don't want to call Lisa Cook an animal. You didn't mean that.
A what?
An animal?
Hold on. I let me go back. Here we go.
Of what she has done as Fed governor, she was the one who was one of Jay Powell's votes to keep rates artificially low as the inflation crisis began because of Biden's overspending. She fed into the inflation is transitory.
Now, this person who fed 4547 a pack of lies how tariff was going to be so good for this nation is criticizing someone whose job it is to keep America from going under because of the economy, and that is by not moving the not going down on inflation. Why do they want the inflation rate to go down? To try to make it appear that this economy is doing better than it was. Why did they fire the person under over the jobs report to try to make it appear that this country is doing better than it was? And who did they install in that position? A Project 2025 sycophant. So you will not be able to trust any of these numbers because they, like Project 2025 told you, that people were going to be replaced with loyalists. You know who they are talking about replacing Jerome Powell with when his tenure is over in 2026. Now remember, 4547 spoke many a days with authority that he was going to fire Jerome Powell, and he did no such thing because he has absolutely no power to fire Jerome Powell. So then he goes to the next best thing, the black woman. Now, I had gone too far. I will let you hear him, this professional who quoted a great economist who was only a mix up of his last name in his books about how good tariffs was. I'll let him degrade this woman who is highly educated and who is up to the task to do her job. Now, what jobs has Peter Navarro been known for doing? What job? Licking ass. That's what job.
Narrative, which was pure partisanship, and she was the one who helped light the inflationary spiral that we've been fighting with ever since. And then Trump gets in there. What does she do? She flips, and it's like partisan again. It's like she won't lower rates. She's a partisan animal who weaponized the Federal Reserve. This is not about Fed independence. It's about I mean, think about it, Joe. 2 mortgages in 2 weeks claiming falsely. Now, here's the thing. This is personal to me.
Well, I understand.
When I went
Using language like animals.
I went to prison. I went to prison, Joe, for defending the Constitution. And when I was in there, which is why this is relevant, is there were at least 2 guys I knew in there who were in there for a long time for similar charges. And you don't only go to prison, you get your assets seized, there's forfeiture, and generally there's restitution that has to be paid. So this is not, folks, this is not a slap on the wrist. This is not a little thing. I mean, people are in prison. And what does it say about the world if she tries to hide behind the fact that she hasn't had a trial yet, when in fact the facts are the facts, and it doesn't require a trial?
I read your view on that.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to. You don't want to call Lisa Cook an animal. You didn't mean that.
A what?
An animal?
I didn't say that.
Well,
I didn't mean to say that.
I think you said partisan animal. I
a
want to make
partisan
sure
animal.
that,
Okay.
that we understand.
I understand.
So, but
I didn't say that. Oh, a partisan animal. Well, there's something different there. Animal and partisan animal. How can you? I'm just. I don't remember saying that. Okay, so this is your administration. Let me see. There are a couple of more things that I want to share with you. Now, 4547 said he had a deal with South Korea, but then I wonder what happened. Something happened to his deal with South Korea. Let me share this with you. No, this is the Japan Prime Minister. This is what he... South Korea and Japan. Okay.
It's probably better to say talks or negotiations would be more appropriate. Today, this is the headlines. South Korean negotiators struggle to close gaps with U.S. despite summit tariff deal. And when they use the word deal in this article, I'll say that is a very loose term. It's probably better to say talks or negotiations would be more appropriate. Basically, what's going on is there's nothing in writing. That's what it boils down to. They can't even come up with like a fact sheet. Normally like, hey, can we at least both sides, Korea and USA, write down a few things that we've quote agreed on. But the problem is if you know anything about dealing business with Trump, he changes his mind. He's erratic. He'll go back on his word. And then lately they just make all of these crazy, unrealistic demands, buy more U.S. weapons, take more of our products. And like, Korea's like, you'd be crazy. On top of that, it's not just Korea. Japan is actually feeling the same thing. This was the headline in CNBC. Japan's top trade negotiator cancels trip to U.S. over trade deal issues. And again, deal is a loose term in this regard. Again, nothing in writing, nothing signed, right? It's all, yes, we are talking, but you can't make these kind of demands. And this is also coming out today.
Now, how you gonna demand? Let me make sure my mic is on. Now, this is a man who is so intelligent. Make America Great Again. He is demanding that Japan buy more rice from the United States. Let that sink in. Demand that they buy more rice from the United States. I didn't know United States was busy farming rice. But how can you make demands on the biggest farmers damn near of rice? Are you serious? This is what 4547 is proposing.
Trump demanded for Japan to buy more U.S. rice, snake trade talks. And just let that sink in, right?
That was the killer point. They refused to buy more U.S. rice. That killed the deal.
Australia, New Zealand, if you're in Europe, you're just countries, you got to choose us. It's either me or China. This has been our local news, right? Trump administration restricts Samsung chip making in China. And this is the game plan that the Trump people are trying to do is they're trying to, tell countries, you got to choose us. It's either me or China. What are you going to do? And it's like, if you're in Korea or Australia, New Zealand, if you're in Europe, you're just like, hey, I just want to do business with everybody. I don't want to have to choose like who I'm going to be friends with. Like it's like this high school clique where Trump's like, well, I won't be.
It's like that song, him, me, him. Ooh, do you really want him? Do you really want me? Do you really want him? Ooh, do you really want him? Y'all don't know nothing about that. That was today. Him, me, him, me.
Your friend, if you're still friends with them. Like how do you do business with these kind of people? So obviously this has been massive news here in Korea, and it's actually really interesting. I've noticed the news really turn on Trump here in Korea. So before it was fairly neutral because it's like, Korea's got their own problems, same way Japan have their own problems, and every country's got their own problems. But the problem is like if Trump is kind of pulling Elon stuff to where he was like spreading conspiracy theories about Korea, etc. And this was in our news, like the last couple of days of like, why is Trump spreading conspiracy stuff about Korea for reals? And then basically what it was, if you don't know, before the president that was impeached here in Korea and arrested was basically a Korean version of Trump. Conspiracy theory stuff, spreading a bunch of far right kind of things and just nonsense. And then actually tried to declare martial law, which I made several videos on, you guys should watch that stuff. But the point.
But Korea had enough sense to impeach him. Do you think that these right-wing states who have gone to, if you have not seen some of these town halls where they have been getting dragged, you are missing a lot.
The point being, though, is that Trump, this supposed master negotiator or whatever, is really turning a lot of people away, or turning off, I should say, as other countries are pulling away from the U.S. thanks to Trump. This was also the news today. Xi and Modi, so we're talking about China and India, say they are partners, not rivals, in bid to repair China-India ties. So you can see what's going on. It's pretty obvious, right? Trump recently
Trump came out today and said, Xi is my friend. We're good friends. Xi and I are good friends. Why do you think that he came out and said that after he put a 50% tariff on India, and look who's there shaking hands? So who do you believe? And look who is not taking 4547's threat and is going to still purchase oil from Russia, the Russia in BRICS, Russia, the I in BRICS, India, the C in BRICS, China. See, because it's unfortunate that a lot of people don't even know what the BRICS are doing. If you've been over here, if you are well aware that the BRICS is about to break the U.S. dollar, in my opinion. And and I only got my opinion from some economists who have been studying this, whose videos I've been sharing with you. But this link is in my description boxes. Oh, wait a minute, it may be a little more. It is a little more.
Tariffs on imports from India, I think it's at 50% or something like that. There's still, Trump's still doing his trade war thing with China. China's in a much stronger position than the USA in terms of like building relationships around the world, and that's what they've been doing, and you can just see it. And what Trump is trying to do in his family, their priority is like, hey, how can I do more scams? How can I do more crypto? I showed you guys this stuff in the last video, but I just got to keep showing it to you guys because, as I always say, follow the money. This stuff is so ridiculous. Easier to pump. Crypto coin backed by Trump's opens for trading. Great. And if you know Trump's priority is like put as much gold in the White House as you can, build a ballroom, and hey, we're open for corruption with the Trump family. And this is all in public. This is Bloomberg here. So don't think this is like some obscure media. And I always have to mention that because it's so ridiculous. I look at the financial news every day and it's like Trump scam here, Trump scam there, Trump scam everywhere, right? And that doesn't even get into the ICE stuff or his following in the polls, et cetera, et cetera. And then I just want to show you international news too, because people always ask what's going on. And then you got this, and this actually ties into kind of the domestic policy, right? Bitcoin boom spurs newly wealthy to splurge on luxury travel. Okay, and there's another article that's directly related. Wealthy Americans are traveling to Europe to dodge tariffs on luxury goods. So what do you think is going on here, right? So on the one hand, you have Trump bragging that he's this awesome deal maker. And then you have like experienced, reasonable people in various countries. If you want to talk about Europe, if you want to talk about, Japan, if you want to talk about Korea, if you want to talk about China, that's fine as well. But they're all kind of reporting the same thing. And like I see it article after article, or, people say what's going on the inside. It's just like, you can't trust the Trump people. They make unrealistic demands. They change their mind. Nothing's in writing. And even if it is, Trump will just like tweet out something stupid and you're just like, what? And then you have, which is really interesting, which you kind of know this stuff already, regardless of what Trump says, people in his billionaire class, right? They're mostly going to get the benefits of this stuff. Or even if Trump does try to put in some sort of thing, let's say tariffs or whatever, then the wealthy will figure out ways to evade that. And I was like, okay, fine. If you're going to put tariffs on luxury goods or whatever, I'm just going to fly to the country and get it. But the average person can't do that. The average person can't just avoid, Trump's taxes or do whatever tax shelter things that they're going to do. This is actually reflected in this chart. This is consumer sentiment. If there's one thing that I want you to get from this today is this chart right here, consumer sentiment. It breaks it down by income, okay? So you got three brackets here. You got income, 100,000 plus. That sentiment is actually going up a little bit. You can actually literally see it in the chart. And then you got income for people between 50,000 and 100,000, and that's actually going down. You can see that's a consumer sentiment. And then you have income under 50,000, which is flat, but lower than all the other three.
Okay, there's that. I also want to share with you a little bit of 4547's lying press conference that he came out and did today. So let's get into it. We discussed a lot of these things that he's going to talk about in this press conference. So let's get at it. I think this is about the throwing stuff out of the windows.
An individual at the White House opening up one of the windows and apparently throwing things out the window like garbage bags or something. This was very suspicious, especially given Donald Trump's apparent deteriorating physical condition. But then Donald Trump claims that didn't really happen. That's all AI. Here, play this clip.
It's all AI. You didn't don't believe your lying eyes. It is all AI. I'm gonna put this clip in my description. No, I'm gonna put this clip in my chat box.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window? Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So I would say that that's probably his dirty Pampers that would be and all of his emergency medical equipment that kept him alive while he was off the nowhere to be found, and they were posting fake pictures of saying that is him going here and there, and these pictures are really dated in June and August 23rd. Let's continue.
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be, because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that, because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was...
Look at this tool behind him, JD Vance. Let's continue.
Complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't.
So you want us to believe that Melania was there the other day? Okay. Now you know he's not.
Yeah, they're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be. Where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe from the renovations.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think. Yeah. So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are all sealed. You can't open them.
Then Donald Trump says that when you don't like something, you should just blame AI for it. Here, play this clip.
What you were saying regarding the federal...
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create...
So he just blamed AI for these windows being opened and people throwing stuff out. So is what he's saying that it was really bad that they captured them throwing bags out of the window? Because there have been ranging reports that from he's had a series of small strokes, and then he had a more major strokes on these days when he hasn't been here. There has been reports of him wearing a catheter and a diaper. So is that what he means? If it's really bad, you blame it on AI? These have been reports. I'm just wondering based upon his comments. He said if it's real bad, you blame AI. He just blamed AI about these bags being thrown out of the window.
Things, it works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it, because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you. But those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Just so you can see the video for yourself, in case you're confused about what I'm talking about with the things being thrown out of the window in the White House, I'll just show you a quick 22 seconds of it, but there's a lot more things that get thrown out of this window. Here, play this clip.
Got another one? Let me see. Let's say in that little outhouse in the end. Oh, somebody there, right? Right now, right? Oh, there you go. You got it.
It should also be noted as well that a White House spokesperson previously confirmed that things were being thrown out of the window. The White House said that it was a contractor doing regular maintenance while the president gone. I don't think he was gone, and that doesn't appear to be regular maintenance to me. In any event, Donald Trump is next asked, what's your response to the fact that Russia jammed the GPS of a plane?
Oh, I forgot to talk about that. Not Claudia.
Plane that was flying the president of the European Union Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. In other words,
Ursula. If you guys didn't hear about her, the signals on her GPS on her aircraft got jammed. she was flying around to different EU cities and stuff, and then when she was about, I think did he say Serbia? She was I think it was Serbia. She was about to land, and all of the electronics on the plane got got jammed. There is speculations. There are speculations out there that Putin is responsible for this, and so now they asked 4547. What do you think about this? She was able to land because the flight crew allegedly pulled out paper maps to find the actual airport and the runway. It could have gone way worse, and she was able to land. And when you see her get off that jet, she gets off the back of that jet, and you can see her relief that her feet are on the ground. So what does he have to say about this?
An assassination attempt by Russia. And Donald Trump's response was to parrot Russian propaganda and say, actually, that's probably a good thing if you don't get to use your phone, if they jam your GPS. Probably a good thing by Russia. A good thing? They tried to assassinate the president of the European Union Commission. Here, play this clip.
We talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was in
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
NATO's concerned about it, and too, about this.
Sure, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. You know, sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Next.
So they did take away her ability to use the phone. Sometimes that happens to me, and I am very happy. And you see, JD, he sits back there looking around, wondering what he should do with that answer, and finally laughs as if this is some funny shit that was said. Nothing serious was said, as if it was fun. Let's continue. I think there is a little bit more about this doofus press conference today.
Clip.
It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries?
No.
Trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know. But China needs us much more than we need them.
Oh, really?
No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take.
And after that meeting with President Putin on U.S. soil, what happened? He went back home, and a American business was bombed down. And you said absolutely nothing about it. You had a really good meeting with Putin the other week. Yes, you did. That's what happened. That's how feckless you are.
Take a different stance.
Again, how weak and pathetic was that? Then Donald.
Okay. Let's go to the next question.
Clip.
President, on March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a.
They ruled that it was illegal. We talked about this earlier, but unfortunately, they were going to allow the troops to stay on the streets until he will obviously appeal that ruling to the Supreme Court. They should have taken the troops off of the street. If it's illegal, why are they still on the streets? But 4547 is not. He said that the reporter left something out. And watch how he leaves something out as if they are going to leave them on the street until 45, 47 feels that they have done their job. No, they're going to leave them on the street until they appeal. Now watch how he word Smith people.
Radical left judge, but very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do.
They can do what they have to do. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. That's why the judge, in ruling these people illegally on the streets, should have taken them off the street. So he's pretending, much like when he had 9 Supreme Justices rule against him, they came out and pretended as if the justices had ruled in his favor. A liar. Now he's going to end the press conference. Got to go back.
Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Then Donald Trump blames the horrible day at the stock market on the ruling by the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals, finding that Donald Trump's tariffs were unlawful. See, Donald Trump's going to try to use that as a scapegoat, as he always does, because he's weak and pathetic and vile. Here, play this clip.
Because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for expedited ruling because, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that, because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, all of that.
So the stock market went down because they need the tariffs. The stock market don't need no tariffs. You need the tariffs. You need the tariffs to work. The tariffs is the thing that brought the stock markets down, crashing. Now he's gone on to AI without explaining what do you mean the stock markets need the tariff. I'm talking about AI now.
Money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs.
You're leading AI because of tariffs. How does that make any sense? You're leading AI because of tariffs. Okay. It makes no sense.
We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So
So the United States is protecting the investment of billionaires who are creating AI, which is going to give the American people absolutely nothing but loss of jobs. And our government is protecting these individuals who are these billionaires who are only going to get richer. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, that is what's going on. So this link is in my description box. Go over there and check it out at your leisure. Okay, let me see there. Oh, I definitely want to get into this. I want to get into this Peter Thiel thing. Let's get into this Peter Thiel AI situation. Since we're there, let's stay there. Since we're talking about AI. Here we go.
Well, it has not had a single contract. So what they wanted to chart years ago that shows M2 versus Bitcoin, and it's been almost dead on at all the bottoms and tops. Once we would be through Fed interference and the Fed is easing, of course, that's good for Bitcoin. But in this period of risk off, I would say it would hurt stocks and Bitcoin. Ethereum differs from Bitcoin. Actually, Ethereum was initially a fork of Bitcoin, by the way. But with a
Now, who has heard of Ethereum? Once you hear of Ethereum, you are going to be shocked and amazed. I hadn't heard about Ethereum until I was looking up some things for something else, and I ran across Ethereum, the pet child of who? Peter Thiel. Ethereum, which is expected to actually take over as our monetary currency. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Whereas Bitcoin has no dollar value attached to it, they are setting up one of Peter Thiel's inventions to actually have sway in our federal currency.
added feature, which is smart contracts. So what they wanted to do on Ethereum was to say, let's use blockchain technology not just to store value, but now to store information. Ethereum is as a smart contract platform actually also has something called the EVM, Ethereum Virtual Machine. So you can run entire programs and conditional contracts on Ethereum. And Ethereum itself is 100% reliable. It has not had a single moment of downtime since inception. It's one of the few blockchains that has never been down. And then if you needed to do more things on Ethereum, you can build what they call layer 2s on top of it. So Ethereum is essentially infrastructure that now is catching the attention of two industries. The first is the financial sector. The stable coins became really viral. A breakaway product for crypto, and that's like the ChatGPT moment. There's $250 billion worth of stable coins. The vast majority of those are minted on Ethereum. Then the Genius Act was passed by this administration, and the Congress.
So, what is 4547 and his sons getting rich on these coins? And they enacted the Genius Act in this big, beautiful bill. They also wanted to ensure that no state could make any changes to AI for 10 years. Do you wonder why? Let's figure out why.
Congress, and that greenlighted the proliferation of stablecoins onto the blockchain. So banks are now building stablecoin products. That Treasury Secretary Bessent thinks that could get to $4 trillion. That's exponential growth, burning gas on Ethereum. And then we have Project Crypto, which is the SEC building, wanting Wall Street to build on the blockchain. Now, all of that collectively, from a Wall Street perspective, is like 1971 for the dollar. And what I mean by that is,
what happened in 1971 with the dollar? They took the United States off of the gold standard and put the United States on the dollar standard. The gold, which has obvious value to a piece of paper. So now they're going to take this piece of paper and put it on a coin. It's similar to the same thing. And do you wonder why? People are getting out of trying to trade on the dollar? Do you understand how the dollar is being weakened? Let's continue.
In 1971, the dollar went off the gold standard. So in 1971, the dollar became synthetic, and gold was what people bought as a hedge against that synthetic dollar. So you had gold as the trade.
So you had gold as to hedge the dollar. Who is collecting gold now? All of the BRICS people. India, Russia, Brazil, China, South Africa, and all of the other nations are now stockpiling gold instead of the dollar. If you don't see it, I cannot make you see it. because they want something that really has value. And what they're saying is that the dollar is losing its importance and its value. And they are demanding, more people are volunteering to trade with the BRICS because 4547 is isolating our country. The link is in my description box. Now, why do I think this is important? Now, also, if you don't know, I told you last week about spies being up in Greenland, spying in Greenland. If you don't know that Peter Thiel, Greenland is one of these places where Peter Thiel wanted to make an investment in and make his own little floating world. Let me share this with you. Here we go, right here. What's the name of this? I hate this. Peter Thiel leads pack of investing, piling into Ether. Now, I don't want to talk about Ether. Ether, the currency, the cryptocurrency long overshadowed by Bitcoin, has surged about 13.5% this month. The venture capital investor has been among those piling into Ether, betting that the token's underlying blockchain, Ethereum, could become Wall Street's platform of choice to launch new financial products and services. This is about the new Wall Street. Unlike Bitcoin, which has limited supply and is largely used as a digital store of value and means of speculation, there is no hard cap on either supply. But the digital token is increasingly being used for transaction on Ethereum, an open source platform where developers build and operate applications that can be used to trade, lend, borrow in digital currency. Ether is up to around 27% so far this year, topping Bitcoin's roughly 20% gain. The latest Bitcoin rally is partly driven by a new wave of companies issuing shares and debt to stockpile the token as a treasury asset. The same thing is now happening with Ether. Thiel, as in Peter Thiel, was a PayPal founder and early Facebook investor, and is a long time patron or supporter or a financier, as it were, Vice President J.D. Vance, and an investment firm managing his wealth, has scored big paper gains on Ether related bets. So JD Vance is getting rich on Ether. Now, how come everybody else can't get rich on Ether? It's kind of Ethereum. I'm sorry. It's kind of weird how other people cannot even invest in Ethereum. You have to know somebody that know that you got billions of dollars to even fuck with Ethereum. Don't you find that strange? If it is rising so high, but only the billionaire and the well-connected can invest with it. Thiel's foundation fund owns 7.5% of aDZCVvTbwXE&list, which recently transformed itself from a biotech company to focus on selling shares to buy Ether. Now, he was a biotech company, and now they are only focusing on selling shares to buy Ether. Its stock tripled in value in one day last week after Thiel and his firms disclosed their investment, though it has since fallen some. The company market value went from about $18 million in late July to 741 million as of Thursday. So it was even more than 741 million. It went from 18 million to over 741 million. In 6 months, did they say? Let me see. How long? Tripled in value in one day last week after he confirmed, but it dropped some. So it's gone from 18 million to $741 million. Steele and his firm also control 9.1% of Bitmean, Emerson Technologies, which recently raised $250 million to buy Ether, and it is up more than 1,000% since late June. The company now has a market value of $8.3 billion. Okay, so I'm telling you about how all of this money is being pushed into this Ethereum or Ethereum. Okay, now why is this important? Let me find what I wanted you to know about this company. The passage of the Genius Act last month spurred interest in stablecoins and the possibility that banks, fintechs, and even retailers could widely adopt the dollar-pegged digital tokens. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has suggested that stablecoins, many of which are traded on Ethereum, could play a role in reining in the national debt by driving demands for U.S. treasuries. Thiel has long time been an evangelist for cryptocurrencies. Okay. BRICS, co-founder of Ethereum, was a Thiel fellow, dropping out of college, receiving backing from Thiel to launch the network. Okay, what did I want you to know about? This is the wrong article. Let me see. I apologize. This is the wrong article. Let me see if I can find the right article. I didn't want that article. That is the shorter article. Let me see if I can find the longer article. Let me share this with you while I try to find. Let me play this for you while I try to find why this Peter Thiel thing is so important. Hold on 1 second. What's the name of this video? Here we go.
With a common purpose. Because pretty soon they have little hats.
I remember being in the South once, and I saw a bumper sticker that had a Confederate flag that said, "Let's do it again." And my first thought was, what do you mean, lose? Which brings me to the latest Trump-backed racist attempt to go back to the 50s, and I mean the 1850s.
Oh, I wish I was in the land of cotton. Old times there are not forgotten.
This alcoholic fuckstick, Pete Kegsbreath, he wants to restore to West Point a giant painting of General Robert E. Lee that shows him wearing his gray Confederate uniform and accompanied by a slave guiding his horse. What the fuck? You don't have enough war heroes that weren't slave-owning traitors?
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay?
The painting was originally hung at West Point in 1952, at the height of racial segregation, voter suppression, and Jim Crow laws in the South. And if you think about it, not too different from what Donnie Fat Ankles wants right now, all part of his effort to rehabilitate Lee's image.
And white people are done being bullied.
Discriminating against and just denigrating white people.
In addition to that, Trump wants to reintroduce Confederate symbols and then get rid of monuments that highlight the evils of slavery and then remove references to slavery from national museums and parks, like it never happened.
The president's latest complaints about exhibits on slavery come as the administration tries to overhaul how American history is taught by criticizing or even threatening to withhold funding from schools that offer curricula like the impacts of slavery.
Lee may have been a great general, but he was a traitor. Lee's family was shocked when, after more than 30 years of service, he resigned from the Army in 1861 to fight on the side of the Confederacy, a war which killed more Americans than the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Spanish-American War, World War I, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam combined. And we celebrate these fucks?
Look away, look away, look away, Dixieland.
When Congress passed a law in 2020 creating a commission to remove Confederate names and symbols from military institutions, including bases and academies, it was way too long in coming. But Robert E. Lee's likeness was all over West Point, and at least 5 roads and buildings were named in his honor. Again, he's a traitor, but the commission decided that portraits of Lee in his blue Army uniform could stay up. But he ordered the removal of the portrait that showed Lee in Confederate gray and accompanied by a slave. The commission also recommended renaming the areas bearing his name. I mean, come on, he was a traitor who fought against the United States for enslaving Black Americans.
At the same time, I've seen the secretary in more internal meetings where he is super focused on very, in my opinion, weird details and very agitated and kind of yelling and just nothing's good. So it's like a tale of two Petes.
Well, it's not clear how Hegseth could bring the Confederate portrait back out of storage without breaking the law. Of course, that doesn't bother Trump. The restoration of Lee's Confederate portrait, it's part of a larger push by man-titties, to honor people who fought to preserve slavery. That's simple.
Florida's Board of Ed came out with their new Black History curriculum. The curriculum includes how Black slaves were able to use their experience, in some cases, to make their brutally hard lives better.
Now that's fucked. Did you hear that? This is what they want to teach your children. That you learn some things that would better you in life as they fought a war to end slavery, and you wound up with nothing, nowhere to go. People who were just unaliving you out of racist bigotry.
Mr. Secretary, I'm somewhat puzzled. I grew up in Virginia where Robert E. Lee was revered. I think when I was a kid, his birthday was a school holiday. But as I...
Okay, that link is in my description box. Now, I want to get back. I talked about that earlier. So check this out in my description box. Let's get on to this Peter Thiel situation that I wanted to connect with that Bitcoin, that Ethereum coin that I was telling you about, that they want to enact into the treasury. So if you have not heard about this, let's delve a little bit into Peter Thiel. This is also in a startup linked to Peter Thiel wants to build the next great city in Greenland. Now, if you guys didn't know, that Greenland has a lot of rare earth minerals as well. There is also a place in Greenland where they thought that they could stockpile nuclear weapons so that they would be closer to Russia if they needed to. But unfortunately, it started the cave. They talk about these underground caves in Palestine. Unfortunately, it started to melt away, and they had to abandon that. But they have not abandoned spying on Greenland and trying to figure out a way to still get Greenland, even though they're not talking about it. A startup linked to Peter Thiel wants to build the next great city in Greenland, funded to the tune of $525 million Praxis aims to revitalize Western civilization. Now, you always hear that about the revitalization of Western civilization. That does not include your black ass. Through a techno libertarian city upon the hill. Do you not understand that they still want Greenland to be in play? I went to Greenland to try to buy it. Dryden Brown posted on X a week after 45-47 won election in November. Here's what happened. That sounds like the setup of a joke, but Brown is entirely serious. He is part of a card of iconalistic, very online men looking to find the city of the future with funding tied to crypto organization, venture capital, and libertarian billionaires. The co-founder of Praxis, a theoretical city state aiming to restore Western civilization. Brown has had designs on Greenland as a home base since 2019. Hold on, let me do something. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, when President 45-47 first started, oh shit. When 45-47 first started, I'm back. First started talking about buying the territory from Denmark. With the new administration bullying Danish diplomats on the phone and reiterating its interest in acquiring the island, Praxis finds itself in an enviable position relative to other futuristic city projects, which goal and its financial backers aligning with the current administration. The most prominent investor linked to Praxis is Peter Thiel, a member of the PayPal mafia and Easterwise frenemy of Elon Musk. Thiel was one of the first Silicon Valley elites to support 45-47 when he became presidential candidate in 2026. He is also an outspoken supporter seasteading and seasteading a floating city states in international waters, and has gabbed with Joe Rogan about moving out of California to pay less taxes. So it is no surprise that he backs Promenos Capital, a venture which has become a hub of funding experimental cities, including Praxis. If you don't know, now you know. Okay. Far from getting away the moon, they was like, fuck it, we'll build a city that can float in the water. Founded by Party Friedman, grandson of Milton Friedman, the libertarian economist, with seed funding from Thiel, Promenos Capital has a portfolio of city projects in countries ranging from Palau to Nigeria. The most widely known is Prosperia, located on the island of Ratan in Honduras, developed as a zone for employment and economic development, or ZEDE, with highly autonomous administration structures in its own civil code. Prosperia is far and away the leader in the city of the future category for the simple fact that it actually exists. So did you guys know that you guys hear about these endeavors to create a planet in outer space? But did you know about these things that they are putting their money to? That may not be the case for very long, however, as the city has had several disagreements with its hosts country. As of September, the top court in Honduras declared the legal underpinnings of ZEDEs unconstitutional. Was that another deal by a billionaire that was carried out under little notice of people who could say no to this offer, like all of these data centers that are propping up in the United States? Was this a deal penned as an NDA deal like these billionaires like to do with these data centers? Probably so. I don't know. I'm just based upon how they work, I wouldn't be surprised. I'll say that. As of September, okay, I said that. Another Promono's investment is Atana, formerly known as Talent City, which is under development in Nigeria, roughly 50 miles east of Lagos, and it operates under a similar model as Propestria, with backing from the Nigerian government. Do you guys want to watch this video? I didn't watch this video. Let me see. Let's watch this video and see.
Prospera is building the fastest growing private city project in the world, elevating human potential through a radically decentralized private governance framework. Legacy systems of governance keep individuals from reaching their full potential. Prospera provides a pro-innovation governance framework, creating the most transparent and efficient business environment in the world. Our system for legal, regulatory, and tax are designed to be an economic supercharger, massively easing business operations and unlocking new opportunities for innovation in industry.
You notice what the big theme is regulation. We're going to govern ourselves. Now, if you have been watching me, I talked to you about the guy who died from cancer, and the Apple guy. I think his name was Cook. Steve, whatever. His wife and some other investors tried to buy up a whole lot of farmland in Northern California, where they didn't want to be under the restrictions of any government. They wanted their own governance system. This seems to be a big thing to these billionaires. They had a whole city outlined and lined up, and they had some people in the city council who was ready to vote yes on it, but they pulled out themselves when reporters came up and started asking questions about this. And they are not saying that this city is it Steve Cook? I think Steve Cook's wife. They are not saying that they're done with it, but they are now saying that they want to get on the board to be able to vote in the city themselves. So it seems like they don't want to be governed, and they don't want to have a lot of regulations, and they're touting these cities. Let's continue.
Like finance, medicine, construction, and more. Prospera partners with global leaders in architecture and urban development to build new cities on this platform, creating transformative investment opportunities. Our platform is currently powering the next generation Prospera city in the island of Roatan in Honduras, as well as an emerging prosperity hub on the Honduran mainland, with more locations planned worldwide. Prospera has strong legal stability protections, protected by international treaty for a minimum of 50 years. The 32 square mile island of Roatan is the location of Prospera's first city-scale development. The community's current footprint is over 400 acres and is easily accessible via direct commercial flights from Houston, Dallas, Atlanta, Miami, and other major U.S. and international airports, straight to the island. Prospera's development is conveniently located within a 20-minute drive of Roatan's International Airport, making it easy to travel directly from the United States to Prospera in just a few hours. Since its founding in the year 2020, Prospera's first development has grown from a greenfield site to include a host of world-class amenities. These include the pristine Bay Resort, Roatan's largest and most exclusive resort property, featuring villas, a hotel, private beaches, restaurants, an 18-hole Pete Dye golf course, and more. The commercial district offers Class A office space, with additional properties currently under construction.
How many of you did you see in this office space and all the spaces which is look like is populated by actual people who are interested investing there, other than these classroom settings where they have a smidget of black faces who look like they are paid to be there. How much have you heard about the cost of doing any business there? If you have to ask how much it costs, you can't afford it. Let's continue.
Prospera is home to some of the world's most innovative new companies, pioneering innovations in fintech, gene therapy, robotic construction, and more.
Gene therapy. You know how they say that that is the thing that they are doing to weed out unwanted genes, such as being black, such as height. We now gene therapy has been going on a long time. Designer babies, as it were. Let's continue.
If you're an entrepreneur on the forefront of the latest innovations, an investor seeking new opportunities for growth, or a 21st century pioneer searching for a beautiful destination where you can freely pursue your dreams, Prospera is the place for you. You can become a Prospera resident online today and create your business in just a few minutes from anywhere in the world. As the private governance services provider for the jurisdiction, Prospera Incorporated provides investors an opportunity to accelerate the city's growth and participate in the upside. The company is currently accepting investment in a $150 million convertible note offering for international investors worldwide.
A $150 million note offering. That's all it will cost you. Okay. Check out Prospera for your next location to live. So let me finish this up. I don't know. Were you guys able to see that? I don't know why it went off the screen. I hope you guys were able to view that video. Let me know if you were able to see the video. Okay, let me go back and this is one of the things that they actually want to do with Greenland, and they have spies over there investigating Greenland and trying to get people to actually turn against the government. And Lena said, idyllic, shaking my head. Only only $150 million bond. That's all you have to do. Let me see. Was that the Reshaping Wall Street? No, that wasn't Reshaping Wall Street. Let me go back, find that again. I think it's this one. Oh my God, I hate that I did that. Oh well, it's is it it's not a video. Let me find it. It's not a video. Oh well. Uh, Unfortunately, I cannot find it again. It is here somewhere. Oh, I hate that I closed that. Why are there spines in green? Oh, okay. I found it. It's under Why Are There Spies in Greenland? Let me share this with you again. I was like, why can't I find that? And here we are. Hmm. Here we are. Oh my God. I apologize so much. I just think that this is an important story. Here it is. Okay. We're back. Okay. So if you guys don't know, JD Vance is waiting in the wings for 4547 to croak or to get thrown out of office. And if you don't know who Peter Thiel is in reference to JD Vance, Peter Thiel is the financier of JD Vance, who got him all of the jobs that he has gotten and had no experience in doing. And he has set up, he sponsored his Senate run, which he was in the Senate for a year and a half. His first office was in the Senate, no less. And the jobs that he had before that, Peter Thiel is the alleged link between him and getting these jobs. Now, JD Vance did a book talking about he was from West Virginia and poor and all of this. So could we have the next Manchurian candidate here? So we understand that I understand that it appears that JD Vance is very indebted to 40 to Peter Thiel. So how is he going to pay that back? Okay, so we looked at the city. Okay, all of the cities, all of these cities present some amalgam of laissez-faire principles, tech evangelist mindsets, and visions of the crypto native economy, lower tax and fewer regulations. Laissez-faire. Okay. The architect behind them say would promote innovative and foreign investment. BRICS goes a step further, calling itself the world's first network state, a concept developed by tech entrepreneur and CTO of Coinbase, Balai, I can't pronounce his last name, Balai S. He called for a state that crowdfunds territory around the world before gaining recognition from existing countries. BRICS claims to have over 87,000 Priexans, 87,000 people, as part of its currently internet-only state. As the warrior kings once sought the sacred grail, reads BRICS' so-called Declaration of Ascent, so too shall we build an empire where true power flows from heroic courage and alignment with divine order. Brown's descriptions of BRICS builds on these pseudo methodological themes. BRICS architecture would be hero futurism, with their first city on Earth a stepping stone to expand to Mars for their network empire. While this gravitas has yet to translate into a defined location. It has translated into strong financial backing. The newest financial ground announced late October totaled up $525 million to be released in tranches upon the development of the next great city. Investors include Arch Legend crypto-backed loans, GEM digital access, and manifold trading, crypto trading. That is a far cry from their 2021 funding round, which went to the tune of $4.2 million, according to the New York Times. This is what we have on these are the big ideas that these tech firms have. Back to Greenland. According to his tweets, Brown and BRICS co-founder, former hedge fund analyst Charlie Colleen, landed in the city of Nuuk in the summer of 2024, at which point they jogged around the capital before promptly going price mode by jumping into the ocean. During the trip, he claims that he had met with members of parliament and found that despite a majority of Greenlanders desiring independence from Denmark, which has officially overseen the territory since 1953, there were several hundred hurdles to his plan. As Ramsal Javal, a member of the Danish Center Right Party, tweeted at Brown, "I can guarantee you that there is no way we would approve independence so you could buy Greenland." So this is why Greenland. Now, it is the news letting you know why 4547 is buying Greenland. No, you gotta dig it up for yourself. They don't want you to know that this has nothing to do with you, and this has everything to do with a billionaire, to the point where 4547 is talking about invading Greenland. Okay. For pre-sex, the negative response may seem insurmountable, but there are also tailwinds. 4547 has nominated Ken Howie, another member of the PayPal mafia, to become the ambassador to Denmark. Isn't that something? The official response from Denmark's government party to inquiries from 4547 has been sullen as well. The president's efforts have landed a request for a meeting from the Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen amid attempts to ease security concerns in the region. Greenland Prime Minister Moot Edge also signaled that he was ready to speak with 4547, though he drew a line in the sand on the issue. We do not want to be Americans. Beside the retaliate Danish government, one of the major independents to buying the country is roughly $500 million in annual block grants the country receives from its European benefactor. If Greenland was to come under U.S. control, however, the inconceivable prospect of prospects becoming the newest, shiniest city of the future might become much more convincible. So the Greenland people get money for living in Greenland, which the billionaires, of course, are unwilling to pay the people who live there. So there is little chance, they say, of them acquiring Greenland. But I just wanted you to know the reason why they want to acquire Greenland in the first place. It ain't for you. It ain't for anything America first. It's about billionaires wanting to have their way. Now, Let them eat sand. We cannot leave without the let them eat sand part of this show. Let me see. We know that 4547 is bankrolling the devastation in Palestine. So they have let the cat out of the bag on their intentions. So let's see what it is. Hold on, let me turn up the volume.
According to the Washington Post, the Trump administration is currently discussing a plan where the United States will take over Gaza for a period of 10 years. This plan would completely relocate the residents living in Gaza, the Palestinians who are entitled to that land. It's a 38-page proposal. It essentially would take over Gaza by the United States of America, oversee it for 10 years, and turn it into a, quote, high-tech and industrial center along with a luxury tourist destination. The residents, the 2 million people currently living in Gaza, would either have to voluntarily leave the enclave or be placed into secured zones within the enclave during the relocation process. Landowners would receive, quote, digital tokens in exchange for redevelopment rights. If a Palestinian chooses to leave, they would receive $5,000 in cash grants, rent subsidies for 4 years, and 1 year of food, even though their land is worth a lot more than $5,000 plus about $15,000 in rent subsidies. But preventing Palestinians from access to their homes or the failure to provide adequate food, shelter, and Medicare care would not comply with international law. We'll see what happens next. Spread the word and follow along for all the news you need to know about. We have some serious news right now. The U.S. post-war plan for Gaza calls for the temporary relocation of residents living in the Gaza enclave to clear way for a luxury tourism destination. According to the Washington Post, the Trump administration is currently discussing a plan where the United States will take over Gaza for a period of 10 years. This plan would complete...
And they're going to pay them in what coin? They're going to pay them in some of these worthless coins that they are sending around. But you notice they didn't say that you had to secure with $150 million worth of any type of coins. They said $150 million. But they want us to take all of this Bitcoin bullshit seriously. Okay, let's continue. Guess who is getting the Medal of Freedom? None other than the Americans mayor. The American mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Now, this was really strange. This car accident that he was in. Rudy Giuliani was allegedly in a car accident where he broke his, I think it was his the thoracic portion of his back. He broke his back. It was a alleged somebody hit them from behind. He and his driver were hurt. Understand that Rudy Giuliani has still not came clear and paid the black women who won I think over $100 million settlement about him from him, because he was saying that they were changing votes and it looked like they were exchanging crack vials. Ruby Freeman and her daughter, he has still not paid them all of their money. But this story about him seems awful off. He was allegedly on some, I don't think it was on the streets. I think it was on an actual highway. And allegedly, this woman ran out to get help from him. Was he stopped? How do a woman run out to you to get help? And he wanted to make sure that he stayed with the woman until police showed up. And then all of a sudden, it's alleged that someone came from the other, who was driving in the other direction, came up behind him and hit the car from behind. That's the story that they're going with. And now 4547 is saying that Rudy Giuliani will, Rudy Giuliani, who lost his law license fucking with nimnuts. Now they're saying Rudy Giuliani will get the highest medal for a for a non-military person. What is that? The Medal of Honor? What is it? Okay, that's the story. That is the story. Now, let's talk about military parades. I would be remiss if we didn't talk about military parades, because there will be a military parade tomorrow in China, if you are unaware, after this successful event that they had over there in China, with trying to shore up trade that the Americans are fucking off that trade through 45, 47's tariffs. So now routinely China military parades go something like this. Let me share my screen. And don't forget, we had a big military parade to celebrate the United States 250 year of the military. Or was it 45, 47's birthday parade? Because it's strange that we're supposed to be celebrating 250 years of America next year, but this year on 45, 47's birthday, they wanted to tell us that we were celebrating the military's 250 years. Yeah, I'm just giving you the stories. I'm just hoping that you're following me. So let's look at the SCO summit and the routine types of military parades that go on in the communist China, for example.
Stage for power. The 25th Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, the largest in its history, will bring together more than 20 world leaders and 10 international organizations. For Beijing, this is not routine diplomacy, it is choreography, timed to the week of China's Grand World War II Victory Parade, marking the 80th anniversary of fascism's defeat. A double act designed to show power and defiance. Putin. They have met or spoken 7 times in just 1 year. An intensity of contact unmatched by any other leaders in today's world. 7 encounters in 365 days, 1 every 52 days on an average.
Amid global landmark and historical changes, I see the need to follow the right course in the development of bilateral relations and human society, to strengthen comprehensive interactions with duty, to make increasing contributions to promoting the development and prosperity of our countries, and to defending international justice and equity. It is important to remain trusted friends forever in the spirit of tested.
The Sino-Russian axis is not tactical, it is strategic.
So what do you notice about these Chinese military people that Putin is walking past? What do you notice about their military standing there? Do you see their military on their knees, rolling, getting this red carpet together? Or are they standing there as a professional military of great power? As you saw our military on their knees, tucking the red carpet under Putin's stairs to his airplane.
It is strategic. Together, they project themselves as guardians of sovereignty against what they call Western hegemony.
All member states agree that we must remember history.
Let's look at some of the parade stuff.
And Chinese infrastructure. Together, these threads weave Tianjin into more than a meeting. It is a counterpoint, a forum where nations under US pressure can pledge solidarity, design new trade routes, and test alternatives to the dollar. This year introduces the SCO Plus format. Xi Jinping will not only host the 10 members, but also bring in the United Nations, ASEAN, and dialogue partners from Turkey to Saudi Arabia, Azerbaijan to Vietnam.
China is willing to take this meeting as an opportunity to practice the slogan of the presidency of promoting the Shanghai spirit, SCO in action, and work with all parties to implement the important initiative proposed by President Xi Jinping.
Polar script enters India, a nation now squeezed by US tariffs, but suddenly re-engaging both China and Russia at the highest levels. On August 18-19, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi visited New Delhi.
Let me see. I guess that's all of the parade.
Both sides agreed to reopen border trade routes at Shipkila, Lipulekh, and Nathu.
Russian-Chinese projects of 200 billion are to be implemented.
Energy flows have also been rewired. Russia, once Europe's top supplier, now ships record crude volumes to China and India. Projects like Power of Siberia 2, though still under negotiation, symbolize Moscow's permanent pivot east. And then, after Tianjin, comes the theater, September 3rd, Tiananmen Square. Xi and Putin, shoulder to shoulder, reviewing missiles, drones, and hypersonic weapons in China's Victory Day parade. The military muscle behind the diplomatic words. 365 days, 7 Xi-Putin meetings.
Okay, so there's one parade. Let's see the U.S. Let's see the parade that the United States put on. Let's look at it. Shall we? We would be remiss if I don't show you the power that was demonstrated on 4547's birthday parade. Let's keep it a buck. So here we go. We have the crowds out here. Let me move forward. We have all of the ignorance that the crowd is spewing about 4547. So let's see the parade. I love a parade. Let's see the parade. Come on.
There should be Meals on Wheels and cancer research for children, which has all been cut. So that's what we need to fund and not military.
Here we go. That is a good point. I don't know why it's rebooting so much.
Do you think this is an efficient use of taxpayer dollars? Do you think it's worth the $25 to $40 million price tag?
I think it absolutely is. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a demonstration of American strength and American pride and showcase our military to the world.
I think it's good use. It's going to make our Army look good. Trump wanted a military parade in his first term. He's a dictator, and this is what dictators do. He wants to stand up there and everybody praise him. There should be Meals on Wheels and cancer research for children, which has all been cut. So that's what we need to fund and not military on the streets of America. Trump told Fox News that he wants everyone to treat him like Kim Jong-un.
He speaks and his people sit up at attention. I want my people to do the same.
Everybody adores him and loves him and praises him, and that is not America, obviously.
There's a lot of people that are trying to destroy this country from outside and within, and it doesn't do a bit of harm to show off a little bit of our abilities, and maybe some people could realize that we're not just going to get pushed over. The other thing of it is compared to all the things that go on in this country, what money is being spent here is a pittance. When you start adding up the things that DOGE has found, all the crazy stuff with Social Security, fraud, all the stuff that's going on with the illegals and the money being spent there.
I don't think Doge is a real thing, but I will tell you that the real waste comes from places like Lockheed Martin, how they're able to get so wealthy off of the U.S. military. Some people even lose their homes over the U.S. forces, and even the people that can't even get the VA benefits are treated even worse.
There's always room for improvement, but I'm 100% disabled through the VA. Trump is definitely pro-veteran. He absolutely loves us.
We're learning the widespread layoffs by the Trump administration now hitting veterans.
When they said Donald Trump doesn't support veterans, our vice president is a veteran. How does that make sense?
Didn't DOGE cut funds for the VA?
No.
VA jobs across the country are at risk due to government efficiency cuts.
When you look at what happens at the VA, we do not take good care of anybody, and that includes the veterans.
There has been cuts to the VA. Fortunately, you have problems such as, I believe it was in Nashville, they're having orgies at the VA. No shit. Yeah, you didn't hear that? Orgies? Yes, look it up.
A VA medical center in Tennessee is under investigation right now. Lawmakers call serious sexual assault and harassment accusations troublesome.
We do not prioritize.
Well, that means that makes sense why the VAs are not the veterans are not being taken care of all over the United States. But let's continue.
Trends as well as anybody else in this country, as they're sick, homeless. They're just so poorly treated.
We were involved with a hurricane effort to rescue people in North Carolina, to help people down there.
The Trump administration blasting FEMA after discovering a $59 million payment used to help house migrants in New York City hotels.
Money that was supposed to go to them never went to them. It was going to the immigrants, and so it's left to patriots like ourselves. Those people paid taxes in Carolina just like everybody else, but where did they?
But sir, I don't know about this immigrant FEMA payment going to immigrants. But what are you saying about the FEMA? What are you saying about the FEMA money that is going to house immigrants in detention centers? Up to $450 million FEMA dollars going to these same immigrants. Is it better that they are in concentration camps waiting to be deported? Okay, so what are you saying about the help that you gave in North Carolina, that 4547 drove down there ensnaring people who were already trying to get to the things that they needed after this hurricane, and had to wait in traffic as his caravan went through the streets to get a McDonald's fry boy pin from I think it was the governor who owns a McDonald's. What are you saying that since he has been president, he has denied FEMA dollars to that same North Carolina catastrophe? What are you saying now, sir? I hope my mic is on. Let me check my mic. My mic was on. Thank God. Okay. I don't have to repeat that. That was a lot.
Their tax money go. That money was diverted and hijacked by the Biden administration. It was being put into the immigrants to stay in fancy hotels and live the life of Riley.
Hey, what's up, people? Let's take a quick break real quick to see how the media has been covering the military parade and tell you what to think.
What is your...
The fentanyl and stuff in California is coming across the border. That's where I'm from, and that's a huge problem over there. And we need to get that to stop. And the only way to stop it is get the illegal people out that are bringing it across the border. We need to close our border.
While you are chasing them and picking our fruit. Oh, that's good.
I oppose the illegal crossing the border. It's unfair. If you come to America, you have to come legally like me, not just cross the border and jump into the line. That's unfair.
Well, how do we know that you didn't cross the border your goddamn self? how do we know you not just trying to keep heat off your back? Because I showed a clip of all of the people who were coming through the southern border from China. Let's continue.
School being affected, but not particularly me. My visa is totally valid within its expiration time, and there's no reason for it to be terminated. In a way that is not political at all, this kind of action will affect the institutions themselves and violate the law which this country is built on. So I don't think that will be the case.
This country is not built on laws. Trust and believe. We have a 42 count felon in the White House. Let's get to the parade. Now, with all of these changes that they are making to the universities, actually snatching green cards and visas, and now 4547 comes out and says that he expects 600,000 people to come to our universities after the snatching of the visas and of the people here. He expects 600,000 people. Why do he expect 600,000 immigrants to come to our universities? Because he has taken a lot of federal funding from these same universities, and they need to prop up these universities with the money that they will charge international students to go to these colleges. You think that they're going to get 600,000 people to come to a United States university after they've seen what has been going on in the United States? Good luck. And why are we having to prop up universities with international students? Why are our students not prepared to go to these colleges in their own cities and states? And why? Oh, because you don't you like the uneducated voter. So therefore, why educate the United States children? Dismantle the Department of Education altogether, and let's just spend our efforts to educate people. America first. Let's spend our efforts to educate international students only. Now let's get to this parade. Where's the parade? I need to get to the parade. I've been lacking. Here we are at the parade site.
The last time there was an attempt on his life. And the crowd right now is not massive. It's big, but it's not huge. We heard from a soldier that the crowd will probably increase right before the parade. He's going to speak behind a pretty thick shield of bulletproof glass that's set up for him. He's going to address the crowd, and then I guess we're going to see tanks in the street.
Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too.
It is cool to see this, but I will say it's a little underwhelming, I'm not going to lie.
The spectacle drew sharp criticism and was believed to be by many a lackluster event. In fact, social media users criticized the parade's presentation, pointing to sloppy marching, poor formation, and low crowd energy. Visuals, in fact, showed tanks passing in complete silence, while others showed sparse audiences and out-of-sync troops.
What'd you think of the parade, man?
I think it was a long line, but it was pretty cool. A great representation of our military, and I think that we really need to be more grateful for them and show more appreciation for sure.
I love it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing you need to see. I am a German.
Okay, so I'm done with that. That was the compare and contrast. So if you want to compare and contrast, China will be having their military parade. What was the point of all of that? What are we what wins are we celebrating? What wins is this military celebrating? Our military lost the Vietnam War. We lost the Iraq War. We lost the Iran War. What is the other one? The Saddam Hussein War. We lost that war. What are we celebrating? We lost when we went over there and struck Iran. What are we celebrating? We lost to the goddamn Houthis, a motherfucking militant group over in Yemen. We are losing all our blood. Well, not blood. We're losing all our treasure in this Palestinian Israel-Palestinian war. What war have we won, sir? What war are we celebrating these monstrous wins? Maybe if you had helped out and didn't point to your bone spurs, maybe you would have won the Vietnam War. I doubt it, but hey, you want to celebrate wars that you don't go to, wars that we have not won. I mean, let's get real. Child. A setup. Okay, so that's, I think, let me make sure. I'm going to be mad if I save something and I don't get to it. I don't want to do that. That is what Walmart is warning their customers of higher prices because of, specifically because of the tariff. Let me see. It seems like the pro-life movement is pro-death. If you're not aware, Mississippi has the highest mortality rate for women who are having no, for children, the highest child mortality rate. Let me show you this. These are people who are for children, but let's look at the mortality rate in Mississippi. To the point that Mississippi has declared a health emergency as infant mortality rates skyrocket. Mississippi, the red state. That would be the people who care about children so much that they let Brett Favre come in and steal. Well, they gave him the money from the welfare fund. Mississippi, yes, Mississippi. There also there is a documentary about Brett Favre and the taking of that money from Mississippi on, which one is it on? I think it's on, it's not on IMAX, it's on Netflix.
Public health emergency. The deep red state of Mississippi has had to declare a public health emergency after new numbers came in confirming that the state officially has the highest infant mortality rate in the country. An infant mortality rate, by the way, that continues to go up. Right now, the state of Mississippi, that has been under Republican rule, has gone as a red state for decades now, has 9.7 deaths per 1,000 births. That's roughly equivalent to third world undeveloped nations, by the way. And yet we're witnessing that right here in the United States by a state ruled by a party that claims they care so damn much about babies. Oh, we're the ones protecting babies. Democrats want to kill babies. They say those things. Those are actual Republican talking points that everyone watching this has heard. And here they are having to declare a public health emergency because we actually don't save babies. We're losing them at an alarming rate and devastating families in the process. And the situation is not going to get better. I wish it were, but it's not. And unfortunately, and I'm not trying to victim blame here. Please do not say that I'm trying to victim blame. But the very same people that this state voted for in 2024 are the ones that are making this problem so much worse. Let me explain. As we all know, Donald Trump's one big beautiful bill cuts Medicaid. They want to kick millions of people off Medicaid. They're going to cut billions of dollars from the program. And in order to do that, you have to kick people off or reduce the benefits you pay out, both of which are going to happen. In the state of Mississippi last year, in 2023, the most recent year for which data is available, 57% of the births in Mississippi, 57% were covered by Medicaid, the same program that they've now cut. So that program that covers more than half of the births in Mississippi is going to dwindle. That program that funds the hospitals is being cut. Those hospitals are going to face closures. So that infant mortality rate, unfortunately, is going to climb much higher than 9.7 when there's less care, no money to actually take care of, a woman giving birth.
Your doctor, your prenatal care and all of that, you get what your hand called for. And if you sit on your ass and you think that you're just going to sit back and collect financial help from the government without getting up on your ass and voting, you're getting what your hand calls for as well. So this link is in my description box. Now, the last, also, I want to make sure I share with you, if you know anyone who is on, what is it? If they are on a insurance plan through Medicare, make sure that they, I think the sign up date is October 15th through sometime in December. If your mother, if your parents, if your aunts, if your uncles, if they have Medicare Advantage, please make sure that they know that they must call either, hey, who is he? The link is in my description box. They must sign up this year. They cannot not sign up and just assume that they are going to stay enrolled in a program that they have or close to what they have. They are making changes to Medicare, not Medicaid, Medicare for the seniors. And you are not going to be automatically enrolled into another plan. They are actually changing the plans. So make sure if you know anybody who's using Medicare Advantage, that's where you would choose United Healthcare, God forbid, or Kaiser, or any other of these insurance companies. They are not going to automatically join you up. They are going to drop you because they are making changes to the Advantage care part of Medicare. So make sure whoever you know who may be using that, make sure it's not just going to roll over. It's not going to roll over. You're going to have to contact them and choose your coverage. And if you don't, you're going to be asked out. You're going to be another one having to jump through loops and all of this type of stuff. Here's one last story I want to share with you. I wasn't going to share this with you, but this is under the link, Who's Going to Feed Us?
Their prices, and then you pay more with less money coming in every time. The problem is he doesn't want the reason he needs to replace people on the Fed board so that he can have some more pressure as far as changing interest rates. to make things look better than they actually are. As people lose jobs, inflation continues, tariffs destroy people's lives, companies fold, larger companies raise their prices, and then you pay more with less money coming in every time. The problem is he doesn't want more of these stories to come out and people go, whose fault is this?
Walmart warning this morning it's raising some prices because of tariffs. This comes with the company just releasing a new report about its outlook for the rest of the year.
Wolf, America's largest retailer, largest employer, and really a bellwether for the U.S. economy, posted strong sales growth in the second quarter, but definitely faced some headwinds from tariffs. And we saw that profits in the second quarter did not meet Wall Street's expectations. And that's actually why you see Walmart's stock down right now about 4.5%. Listen, tariffs was the big point of conversation on this 1 hour call with investors. A lot of questions about what price pressures were going to be trickling down to consumers. You had the CEO, Doug McMillon, of the company saying that so far tariff impacts have been gradual, so consumers haven't reacted so much to price hikes, but where they're now putting out post-tariff inventory, and they're going to see price level increases on a week-to-week basis. So that's obviously concerning for the company.
Price hikes on a week-to-week basis. So you may get 25-cent price hikes on something. The next week it might be back to another 10 cents. So then another 30 cents after that. It all depends. No one really knows. It's this thing that they keep talking about from those, brainy, boring people like Jerome Powell keeps saying. It's uncertainty. No one knows. But what they do know, it's heading in the wrong.
And that is why Jerome Powell is trying to not drop the interest rate to make it appear, hey, the interest rates have dropped. The economy is doing well, because the economy is not doing well. Now, let's get to the effects that these tariffs are having on the farms. The number of farmers who have gone bankrupt.
Farms are going bankrupt. Researchers at the University of Arkansas finding that more than 250 farms filed for Chapter 12 bankruptcy between April 2024 and this March, marking a drastic increase in financial distress. According to the data, nearly 90 farms filed for bankruptcy in the first quarter of this year, almost double the number from the same quarter in 2024. Analysts are contributing the rise to a handful of factors, including inflation, higher interest rates, and labor shortages, which are being exacerbated by President Trump's mass deportation campaign.
So not only his policies as far as tariffs and trade policies that affect these farms that are now filing for bankruptcy at a rate that's double of what it was. The farm equipment manager and an industry bellwether just announced mass layoffs affecting more than 200 workers at 3 Midwestern plants. The company set to fire 115 employees at a facility in East Moline, Illinois, later this month. Next month, 52 workers at a facility in Moline, Illinois, again, not East part, and then 71 employees at a facility in Waterloo, Iowa, will also be terminated. John Deere is feeling the pain from Trump tariffs, that good old American company. There's more. As stated on a most recent earnings call, the struggling ag economy continues to impact orders for John Deere equipment. That's what the company said. They said this is a challenging time for many farmers, growers, and producers, and directly impacts our business in the near term. So in that same earnings call, John Deere attributed a slowdown in quarter three sales to customer cautiousness and Trump's freewheeling tariff policy. That thing that he kept saying wasn't going to affect any businesses, nor consumers, nor customers, nor anybody else except for the foreign people who send stuff in. The primary drivers for the change from last quarter are increased tariff rates in Europe, India, and steel and aluminum. That's what the company's director of investor relations said. Lastly, estimating that tariffs have already cost the company $300 million this year, he forecasted a full year tariff impact of nearly $600 million. I'm just wondering when the golden age is going to begin, because it's
we are in the golden age. I showed you the Gilded Age, and the Gilded Age that he wants to take people back to, he has renamed the Golden Age, but it is in fact the Gilded Age. You know what happened during the Gilded Age? People were eating spoiled food. People were so poor. This is the Hunger Games. We are entering into those Hunger Games that I warned you about prior to the election. We are entering the Hunger Games. And if you think I'm kidding, just think I'm kidding. Okay, so I hope that you all stock up on things that you are going to need to ensure your health and the wellness of your families and your safety.
Of a revisit to that moment.
They announced about a year ago they're going to build big plants outside of the United States, right? They're going to build them in Mexico.
Now he's talking about John Deere. And this is what he said when John Deere made this announcement. The same John Deere who are laying off that we just heard they were laying off. Okay, this is what he said.
You threatened they're also going to build. They stop. That's right. I said if John Deere builds those plants and not selling anything into the United States, they just announced yesterday they're probably not going to build the plants. Okay, I kept the jobs here, and I'll keep the John Deere will stay here.
I kept the jobs here.
He kept the jobs here, so he's lying. Okay, so let's see what this is.
Group announced that Trump was right, took in $4 trillion worth of tariffs, that the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market...
Well, far greater, more than they ever thought of. If they took him $4 trillion in tariffs, it shouldn't be farther than I thought of. I would think that it would reduce the deficit $4 trillion. Not far more than I thought of. It should reduce it by $4 trillion. But no, they have to create a sovereign wealth fund with these tariffs now. They have to prop up all of this crypto that no one can get into but billionaires. It's for some reason, when it comes to the common man, I didn't read that page. There is a problem. So you have to know somebody to get into these coins.
It went up 1,000 points. That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't tell you what happened. A lot of things happened. But the stock market's up almost 1,000 points. And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about, that the whole world respects us for because of what we did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President.
Pretty good, sir.
Too bad it's not 5, right?
That's right.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up.
So somebody should tell JD Vance he's got some shit on his tongue. He's, probably clean that off.
The stock market actually is way down. And how many of you guys are in a stock that whatever the stock market is affects you? The proportion of United States citizens who have no money to put into the stock market is overwhelming. So when they pull this, the stock market is way up. Ask yourself, how does that affect you and how you live your actual life?
I don't know if you guys remember if he said he's going to go to the debt and deficit. The national debt eclipsed $37 trillion. Sooner than the pre-pandemic projections. The Congressional Budget Office's January 2020 projections had gross federal debt eclipsing $37 trillion after fiscal year 2030. But the debt grew faster than expected because of a multi-year COVID-19 pandemic starting in 2020, when Donald Trump was in office, that shut down much of the U.S. economy. That was all natural to happen with so many people and so many countries, where the federal government borrowed heavily under then President Trump and former President Joe Biden to stabilize the national economy and support a recovery. This is where then Donald Trump came in for his second term. And now more government spending has been approved after Trump signed into law that Republican tax and spending legislation, that big ugly bill, earlier this year. That law set to add $4.1 trillion to the national debt over the next decade. Isn't it weird? It's set to add $4.1 trillion to the national debt. He's bragging about bringing in $4 trillion, which he says he eventually will. $4 trillion in as far as tariffs from American companies and American consumers.
The money is coming from us. He put forth this bill to protect the rich. I have showed you how the rich are plugging into your water and your electricity system for these large AI databases. I have I haven't shown you people who are crying about the increase in their utility bills. Let me show that to you now. If you don't, yeah, I did. I showed you that in the More Perfect Union piece. Let me see if I can get a couple of people talking about how much their utilities have gone. Let me see if I can find one. But there's quite a few. There is there are quite a few. Okay. Let me I'll share this one with you. I'll share this one with you. They're asking questions. They think it just must be me. It must be me. Let me share this with you. Okay, booby, I'm coming, and I gotta get out of here and walk rascal. Okay. Let's look at how many people are wondering. Is it just me?
Ameren bills like doubled or tripled this month. Has anybody else's electric Ameren bills like doubled or tripled this month? Because ours went from like $200 to almost $500.
What?
We literally live in the tiniest house ever. We run bare minimum electricity. Like, what is going on? Please let me know down in the comments if your electric bill has skyrocketed this month. And please
$134 for this month, guys. I'm used to paying $200.
Our sun and wind will get bigger and uglier under President Trump's big, beautiful spending bill. You see, the two cheapest forms of energy today are sun and wind, captured by batteries. And as more red states have joined the blue in making the switch, as Texas has taken the lead in solar and wind, utility prices have come down for everyone. Well, now, this new law would strip away incentives faster than anyone had ever imagined. So think tank Energy Innovations crunched the numbers to see what that would mean to your pocketbook. And it turns out deep red states like Texas and Oklahoma, Kansas and South Carolina would see the biggest jump in prices. In Texas, it could go up 18%. That's about $750 a year by 2035. And the reason is simple. Sun and wind don't need pipelines. They aren't stopped by embargoes or foreign wars. And if utilities are forced
And for the month, we spent $327 for electricity. That's crazy.
What?
How is this company getting away with this?
And it all depends on the size of the house. We do need a little bit more context, guys. I do have a home. I have a 4-bedroom home. It's not a huge house, but it's not a small house. So I'm not used to paying how much.
The amounts that I have been seeing. People are talking about $1,300 and $1,500 electric bills. Let me see if I can find one for you.
Context. All this matters.
Let's start a thread. What's your electric bill? Mine's $144 for the month of June.
How?
For running an AC all month? That's not bad.
How much are you guys paying for electricity? Because I just got my bill for the first month of the summer. I live here in Georgia. I live with my husband and my 2-year-old daughter. And you guys would not believe how much my electricity bill is. Mind you, my electricity bill always ranges from like $26 to $40. My electricity bill for last month, and it's even harder this month. Last month was a whopping total of $98.34.
Oh, that was in June.
That is so much. I've never paid more than $40 for electricity in my home.
You are lucky.
And
I've never
this
paid
month
$41
it's definitely harder than
for
last month. And I
electricity.
always, one thing about me, I have my AC set at 76 degrees. I know that may be hot for some people, but girl, 76 degrees is just right. I don't need my house at the fucking 60 degrees. That's more electricity you're gonna spend. But guys, I'm curious, how much you guys spend on electricity?
All right, two things. 76 degrees is hot as crap
This
in the
is
house.
the
I don't know how she lives.
this is the wrong channel. This bitch is crying about a motherfucking utility bill, electricity bill under $100. It's me and my husband and my dogs. Let me see. That was 1 month ago. I need something more recent. Let me see. Of course, I can't find it. I did not save it. I apologize. I wanted a I saw a compilation. Maybe it was on Instagram. I cannot find it. Well, go check it out. You don't want anything back in June. The June bills start going up. The July bills went up more, and then the August bill took people out and had them snapping. Let me see what they're talking about here. Here we go. Let me show you this. I didn't share that link because that wasn't one of the good good stories. That is from people who have received their August utility bills.
Now over in St. Pete, some residents there say they're receiving water bills that they don't think they should have to pay, but now they could be asked to pay even more. News Channel 8's Georgia MacArthur is live in St. Pete tonight to explain. Georgia.
Stacey, well, City Council just voted 4-2 to move a step forward in that proposed utility rate hike. So I talked to residents who say their utility bills are already high and they are stretched thin. City officials say the proposed rate increase between 8 and 17% will help pay for water, sewer, and storm water upgrades.
You know, everybody has their angst and anxieties, but we have upgrades that are long overdue and improvements that are needed in our infrastructure, stormwater, wastewater. And so it's a matter of who pays for it, and I'm asking the question of, is it residents or should it be these developers, right? We have a great opportunity.
But attorney Matt Whitener, who is also president of the Eden Isles Neighborhood Association, says many residents are already getting bills they shouldn't have to pay.
How dare you go before City Council? How dare you go in front of citizens and say, we're going to raise your rates when you refuse to explain why the rates and the billing are wrong going back months now? That's the problem.
Weiner says he's hearing the same story from residents all over St. Pete, sky-high water bills with no clear reason.
The issue is they should not be moving forward with trying to raise rates when they refuse to explain why the billing has been wrong for months and maybe years now.
We've gotten anywhere from $300 to $400 bills.
And the
water's shut off from the street.
The mayor addressed the problem earlier this year, saying multiple factors may be to blame.
We still don't have a silver bullet as to why this happened. The combination of the flooding, the legacy system we have for estimating, the metering issue is another one. So I think there are a lot of culprits, and I think it was, the perfect storm.
City Council member Corey Givens says he understands the frustration, but infrastructure upgrades are long overdue.
The 17% increase is a bit much. It's quite extreme. We need to look at, taking this slow and steady. You have folks who are still hurting and healing from a hurricane, and it's not fair to impose such a burden on them like this now.
Are you for it or against it, Corey? Are you for it or against it? I can't figure out any of that mushmouth response that you have. I can't figure any of that out. I think that's it for me. Yeah. I think that's all that I have for you today. Go over there and watch Reese Waters He is talking about today. He's talking about the Jubilee, uh, the Jubilee show. Is the name of it Jubilee Black MAGA discovers his worth. Jubilee is a debate channel that always have the most ignorant debaters on there. I shared with you that Mehdi Hassan debate where they were telling him to go back from where he come from and he won't be here long, and all of this type of rhetoric that these ignorant people spew. If you didn't watch the Jubilee debate with Amanda Seals, you would be disgusted because she was debating black MAGAs. So there seems to be another one that has come out with a black MAGA debating someone. Now, the Mehdi Hassan Jubilee debate, someone grinned happily and said, yeah, he was a fascist. So he lost his job and quickly didn't think to pull himself up by the bootstraps, but what he did, he started a GoFundMe type thing, and I guess he thought that he was going to get rich like all of the rest of these Karens who got rich. It didn't go too well for him, the last I heard. Now they have a black guy sitting up here with tears. Now, this black guy is one of the black guys who debated. I just realized who he is. He debated Amanda Seals on Jubilee. He debated her. And he's a teacher. And come to find out, his school, oh, this one says a preacher. I know about the teacher who debated Amanda Seals. His school had told him to pipe down on his rhetoric on social media. This link is for the Reese Waters latest Black MAGA fucking around and find out. But I do know of the teacher who debated Amanda Seals, and they told him to pipe down your rhetoric on social media. And he was like, I ain't got to do nothing. I do what I want to do. I'm all scrapped up. And he got fired. So go over there and check out Reese Water. I appreciate all of you for showing up and participating in my broadcast. I'm sorry it was so long, but it was a lot of things that happened these past couple of days. Now they're saying that the CDC firings may not go off as planned. What else? I don't think that there's anything else that I missed. Okay, yeah. So I will see you guys back tomorrow. Also, if you were used to getting shipments from any shipping company that may be shipping from overseas, be aware that you will have a tariff on that now. There used to be it used to be duty free up to $800, and 47 has now exempt those purchases, and a lot of countries are not even going to try to ship to the United States. So there's that. And on top of him charging you more to ship the things, companies are like, we're not even bothering to ship these items. If you have a business where you get your parts overseas, if the order is under $800 where you don't have to pay the tariff, 47 wants to be sure that you're included in paying these tariffs. So let these ignorant people walk around and tell you everything is not as bad as it is, because we have so many individually wealthy people running around these YouTube streets concentrating on nothing but bullshit. I hope that you guys I got to share this. I got to share this. I would be mad at myself if I didn't share this with you guys before I leave, because it is about your life. It is about your life. We ran the CDC. Kennedy is endangering every American's health. So this is a group of people who ran the CDC, and they are putting out a notice about how RFK Jr. is endangering your health. Let me enlarge this. Okay, here we go. Okay. We have each had the honor and privilege of serving as director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, either in a permanent or acting capacity, dating back to 1977. Collectively, we spent more than 100 years working at the CDC, the world's preeminent public health agency. We served under multiple Republicans and Democrat administration. Every president from Jimmy Carter to 47, alongside thousands of dedicated staff members who shared our commitment to saving lives and improving health. What the Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. has done to the CDC and to our nation's public health system over the past several months, culminating in his decision to fire Susan Moranis, CDC director, days ago is unlike anything we have ever seen at the agency, and unlike anything our country has ever experienced. Mr. Kennedy has fired thousands of federal health workers and severely weakened programs designed to protect Americans from cancers, heart attacks, strokes, lead poisoning, injury, violence, and more. Amid the largest measles outbreak in the United States in a generation, he focused on unproven treatments while downplaying vaccines. He canceled the investments in promising medical research that will leave us ill prepared for future health emergency. He replaced experts on federal health and advisory committees with unqualified individuals who share his dangerous and unscientific views. He announced the end of U.S. support for global vaccination programs that protects millions of children and keeps America safe, citing flawed research and making inaccurate statements. And how would he know that this research is flawed? Because it doesn't align to his dummy science. His dumb ass. There is no science included in anything. He got all of these anti-vaxxer hanging-ons and gave them jobs that they are not qualified to have. That's me saying that. Citing flawed research and making inaccurate statements. He championed federal legislation that will cause millions of people with health insurance through Medicaid to lose their coverage. Firing Dr. Moranis, which led to the resignations of top CDC officials, add considerable fuel to this raging fire. We are worried about the wide range impact that all of these decisions will have on America's health security. Residents of rural communities and people with disabilities will have even more limited access to health. Families with low incomes who rely mostly on community health clinics and support from the state with local health department will have fewer resources available to them. Children risk losing access to life-saving vaccines because of the cost. Okay. This is unacceptable, and it should alarm every American, regardless of political leanings. The CDC is an agency under the Department of Health and Human Services. During our CDC tenures, we did not always agree with with our leaders, but they never gave us reason to doubt that they would rely on data-driven insights for our protection, or that they would support public health workers. We need only to look at Operation Warp Speed. That is the COVID vaccine. During the first 45-47 administration, we produced highly effective and safe vaccines that saved millions of lives during the COVID-19 pandemic, as a shining example of what Health and Human Services can accomplish when health and science are at the forefront of its mission. The current department leadership, however, operates under a very different set of rules. When Mr. Kennedy administered the oath of office to Dr. Montarez on July 31st, he called her a public health expert with unimpeachable scientific credentials. But when she refused week later to rubber stamp his dangerous and unfounded vaccine recommendations, or heed his demand to fire senior CDC staff members, he decided she was expendable. These are not typical requests from a health secretary to a CDC director, nor even close. None of us would have agreed to the secretary's demand, and we applaud Dr. Montarez for standing up for the agency and the health of our communities. When the CDC was created in 1946, the average lifespan expectancy in the United States was around 66 years. Today, it is more than 78 years. While medical advances have helped in the public health, that has played the biggest role in improving both the length and the quality of life of our nation. The CDC has led efforts to eradicate smallpox, increase access to life-saving vaccination, and significantly reduce smoking rates. The agency is also on the front lines of communities across the country, delivering crucial but often less visible wins, such as containing an outbreak of HIV cases in Scotty County, Indiana. And I remember that the mayor of that town wanted to refuse giving out ID needles. There was an outbreak because of the sharing needles, and that was their response. And the mayor did not want to have clean needles readily available, even though that he understood that there was an HIV outbreak. This is a red state. Let's be clear, and they had to get over that hurdle. Okay. And protecting residents in East Palestine, Ohio from toxic chemical exposure. That was the train crash. The CDC is not perfect. What institution is, but over its history, regardless of which party has controlled the White House or Congress, the agency has not wavered from its mission. To those on the CDC staff who continue to perform their jobs heroically in the face of excruciating circumstances, we offer our sincere thanks and appreciation. Their ongoing dedication is a model for all of us, but it is clear that the agency is hurting badly. The loss of Dr. Montarez and other top leaders will make it far more difficult for the CDC to do what it has done for about 80 years, work around the clock to protect Americans from threats to their lives and health. Okay. So make sure that you pay attention to the signs that are going on. Thank you, Bernice, for being here. Make sure you guys pay attention to the signs that are going on. Make sure you have some personal protection equipment and some things to make that equipment work, because when something is upon you suddenly that you have not been made aware of in this for-profit media, there may not be a chance for you to stockpile things you need for personal protection. They may be, you can only get one box a day of certain things. Make sure you start. I'm very serious about this. I am really very serious about this because people think that things are going to be the same as they always have, but things have never been this way in the United States of America. So, well, maybe they have. Maybe I take that back. But you have an option now. You have an option to actually own personal protection. You have the option to understand what you will need in an emergency, and if you don't, you have your YouTube, and you can Google it. You can Google it for yourself. I've done many. The billionaires, they have bunkers that they can take artwork and wine and all of that down. Do you have a supply of water in your place? These are things that you guys, we all, not you guys, we all need to consider. What will happen if we are put? You remember how the toilet paper was out of stock, all the hand sanitizer. You have been through something. Where they were rationing off things. So make sure you take care of yourself. All of these cash apps people are begging for bullshit. Make sure you cash app yourself for your personal safety. Make sure that you give money that you would be blowing off on bullshit, that you actually take that money and secure yourself, your home, and your loved ones. So that is the best thing that you guys can do with a Cash App, and I appreciate you guys for being here, and I hope you have a great remainder of your day. And I have the links I shared are in my description box, so go over there and check them out if you missed something. Bye bye.